you're going to be called upon to care for.
That's right.
And I think there's a growing number of people in your position, certainly in my position, that say, I've got to help people do this.
Let's go back to 65.
Sure.
65 was a turmoil year for Los Angeles.
Yes,
that Watts Ride.
You bet.
And I had just gotten here. We had John Roseburg, Gilliam, Wills, myself, and Tommy was there, and Willie Davis.
And Willie Davis chewing that tobacco in center field. It was like a toxic waste out there.
Yes. And I had just met this, and we all lived in the same community, South Central, the way they call it. And lo and behold, when the rides, everything closed down but Dodger Stadium.
Isn't that something?
We still played ball.
Yeah.
We still had the one commodity that could hold up all of the other things that was happening.
Right, kept the community together.
Yeah, but we had to come through the rides every night. Sure. We had to come up here and do this every night.
Yeah.
So you go back, now you come up to this day. People still know who are here. The older people that we are talking about, they remember the rides and Sweet Lou Johnson.
Isn't that something?
Okay?
Yeah.
And I'm here to talk about that, still talk about that. So when you're talking about being blessed with age, it's good to have a story.
Yes.
And it's good to be a part of. And the part of it, my enjoyment is, I get a chance to be with people who recognize me, but I get a chance to be with people to tell them how much I appreciate them.
Yes.
For coming to see me play. And now, all of a sudden, I'm not that guy at home plate.
Yeah.
I'm that guy sitting at the table talking to you. We running one.
Yeah.
That's a good feeling.
You bet it is.
Okay.
And you know, it's fun to watch it being repeated in various ways. I remember there was always some sort of reluctance to have a Latino ball player, you know, as a major league star. And of course, it's so funny to look out here in left field today, because we're here at Dodger Stadium, and see Manny's little pavilion over there. But I can remember when Fernando Valenzuela erupted. There is nothing like a baseball star. In this country, a baseball star is a god.
Right. Well, I can only speak for the Dodgers.
Sure.
On that subject, the matter. Sandy Koufax was so great that I seen him get a game held up because the people were still trying to get in the park. Okay then?
Yep.
Let's go a little further.
Yeah.
After 1980,
80, right?
when Fernando come here, same thing happened. The same identical thing happened with him. And he was not just a Los Angeles Dodgers star. He carried the whole entire league.
That's right.
People in the other cities. He belonged to a league, not the Dodgers just benefit from that.
Yeah.
You know?
I remember. How well I remember. I can remember my mom calling up and saying, have you seen him, bitch? Have you seen him? How does he do it looking up at the sky?
Isn't that amazing?
And through the generations, it's baseball. And what a privilege for you to have been able to play in a game as important to this country as baseball.
I'm known for 2 hits. 20 years of baseball, I got 2 hits.
2 big hits.
And all happened in a matter of a month.
Right? That's something.
But then, here's the key to that. Those 2 hits has carried me through life.
Isn't that something?
Through life. Through life where I forget this doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal anymore. It's a blessing for us to be around long enough to go from that part to this part and still be appreciated.
Yeah.
That's all we want. I don't care what you can have all the money in the world. If you're not appreciated, it doesn't matter.
Well, it's like a big pool of affection and respect.
Yeah.
You talk about 2 hits. Now, come on. It's Game 7 of the World Series.
That's one of the hits.
That's one of the hits, for sure. Now, what do you think the other one was? Just getting on base with the Professor was pitching?
No, the other one was The Perfect Game.
Yeah.
That's right. I got the only hit and the only run.
Wow.
And it could have been a double no-hitter with one perfect game.
Wow.
Because the hit that I got was after we got the run. It was a walk, sacrifice to second, stole third.
And overthrow?
Yeah. That was it. And then we come up with the World Series.
Right.
It was just my
What
time.
is his name? Henley?
Bob Henley.
Bob Henley. That
Yes.
was it. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, that was one of the September 9th, 1965.
Yeah.
Probably 2 million people will swear to you they were in this stadium.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
That's funny. Okay, yeah, because those are signature moments. Because, as you said, 65 was a very turbulent year. I often try to tell people that was kind of 1966 was the last year of the Donna Reed show, and there were 500,000 troops in Vietnam, and it was drugs, sex, and rock and roll, and people were acting weird, and things changed.
Yes.
But life goes on, and what we discover is baseball remains a powerful, powerful institution.
We go from baseball. Here's one thing that I see. Sports is our nation's relief.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, there's enough stress.
You know, let's get it. You can go through a whole day of whatever you do, but then when you can come home and sit down or come to Dodger Stadium now and have a nice time, be a part of this, because we always maintain one thing. You're not on the outside, you're on the inside.
That's right. And it's always felt that way with the Dodgers, and they have been so much an integral part of our community.
Yeah.
And how grateful we are to the organization, and through whatever changes, that they continue to produce wonderful men like you that are engaged and take yourself out into the community and say, I have some lessons to share with you.
Yeah.
Now, is your family well? Is kids?
Well,
how are things going? I know you lost your mom, but 101 years old, you're lucky.
Yep. So I got about, 25 more to go. But you know what? My kids are doing well.
Good.
They own businesses and everything. They call me every now and then, and that's good. They know they still home.
It's not for me.
No.
Oh, Lou, we've just flat run out of time.
Okay.
It is an absolute honor to have you here, and to thank you for sharing with us these important lessons. And you know what? He's off to serve holiday turkeys now. So we are so grateful that you took the time. And thank you, Dodgers, for sharing this incredible resource with those of us on aging in LA. And thank you. I hope you enjoyed this as much as I did.
Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
Good morning, Los Angeles, and welcome to the City Council meeting for Wednesday, June 2nd, 2010. We're here in the John Farrow Council Chamber, room 340 of City Hall. We meet here every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m., and it is the second day of June, Wednesday, and we welcome those folks that are with us here live in Council Chambers, as well as folks who are joining us on Channel 35, which broadcasts these meetings live and rebroadcasts them each evening. We're also available on the Internet through our city's homepage. That's at lacity.org, and there's live streaming webcasts of our council meetings, and also archived footage of all our past council meetings for your convenience. Also online are important links to departments, city services, and also to all of our agendas. And all the supporting materials that we read as council members are available to the public as well there online, too. Finally, you can always use your telephone to listen into the council meetings by calling the following number, 213-621-CITY. That's 213-621-CITY. And you can listen into our council meetings. You also, through the telephone, can listen into any of the committee meetings as well. And one last way you can participate in these meetings, if you live closer to Van Nuys or to San Pedro, we have remote facilities in the San Pedro and Van Nuys City Halls to be able to testify there. We have cards available for the public to speak on items that have not yet had public hearings. You can also fill out those cards for items that have had public hearings, though it requires a council member to reopen those to have a second public hearing. And there's also a section of the meeting called General Public Comment for items that aren't on our agenda, but nevertheless under our jurisdiction. We'd be happy to hear your comments on items of a more general nature or ones that aren't on the agenda during that time. With that, we do have a quorum, so Mr. Clerk, if you'll please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Han, Weezer, Koretz, Krikorian, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti. 11 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
All right, first order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
All right, Mr. Parks moves and Mr. Labange seconds. Without objection, those will be approved. Next order of business.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Smith moves and Mr. Reyes seconds. Without objection, those will be approved as well. You can ask folks to wind their conversations down, and we're going to run through the agenda, please, if we can go through the first items.
Item 1 on the agenda is the mayor's veto message, and nothing has been received yet, so
Okay.
no action is required today.
Go to the next items, please.
Item 2 is an item notice for public hearing, and there are cards on that.
Okay. Item number 2, is that it?
Yes, correct.
I think I had a note here that there's been a request to continue that till the 23rd.
Actually, this is the public hearing, so council needs to have the public hearing today and then
And then
close it.
continued afterwards? Okay. We'll call that special for cards from the public, and then we'll move towards... Yes. Good morning,
Item
Mr.
number
Labange.
3 on Prop K, there's minor adjustments that are being made. Could you hold it on the desk?
Absolutely,
And I'm sure
Mr.
it will meet
Labange.
your satisfaction.
Be our pleasure.
Thank you.
Number 4?
Items 3 and 4 are items notice for public hearing. There is a card on 4, and there was a request to hold item 3.
All right, we'll do that. Next items, please.
Items 5 through 14 are items for which public hearings have been held. On item 13, the Energy and Environment Committee submitted its report without recommendation. A motion would be required.
Okay. On which number?
13.
13.
Okay.
We have 2 on, the 2 reports conflicting?
Ms. Perry's report was submitted without recommendation.
Okay. Let's hold that one. I think, Ms. Perry, you wanted to call that special?
Yeah, I wanted to call it special.
Yeah, okay. We'll call that special for Ms. Perry. Other specials, colleagues? Items 5 through 14? 12 and 16. 12 for Mr. Corian. We'll come to... For Ms. Hahn. Oh, for Ms. Hahn? Okay. We'll get to 16 in just a sec. Any others from 5 to 14, colleagues? 5 to 14? Seeing none, let's take up the balance then.
There is no action required on item 5.
Yes, and on 5 we'll take no action. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Okay, those are approved. Next items, please.
Items 15 through 22 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, if there's no objection, we'll consider those. Now, Ms. Hahn, want to call 16 special. Do we have cards from the public on any of those?
Sign it.
Yes, Mr. President, there are cards on 16, 17, 21, and 22.
Okay. And Ms. Perry?
To call 21 special because I have to recuse myself from voting for that item. So I want to make sure that my name is removed from the board on item number 21.
Okay.
And I'm going to recuse myself.
We've called it special, so when it comes up, I'll let you know and you can step out.
Thank you.
Mr. Zine?
So it's on 22.
Okay.
Mr. President,
Yes, Mr. Labange.
at number 6 and number 10 forthwith.
Okay, hold on one sec. We'll do that in just a moment. So any other specials 15 through 22, colleagues? If not, let's go ahead and open the roll on the balance. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved. We'll send 6 and 10 per Mr. Labange's request
And-
forthwith.
And 8 and 9.
And 8 and 9 for Mr. Smith. Next items, please.
Items 23 through 26 are the closed session items. Do you wish to hold those on the desk?
Mr. Parks?
Recommend that items 24 and 25 be in open session. 24 is a refund of a business tax overpayment, and 25 is a traffic accident in which the hard medicals are more than the settlement.
Okay, so just 24 and 25?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't we go ahead, we'll do one at a time. Number 24, please.
Item 24, the recommendation is to approve an offer in compromise for overpaid business taxes in the amount of $95,917.47 to Internext Media Corporation.
Okay. Nobody wishes to be heard on that. Let's go ahead and prepare the roll on the settlement and close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. Item number 25.
25, the recommendation for settlement in the amount of $250,000 in the case of Wilhelm Beitek versus City.
Okay. Anybody wishing to speak on 25? If not, let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay. Those are approved. Take us, we do have a special meeting, but that won't start till 1:15 at the earliest. So we have public comment now. This is for items, again, that are not on today's agenda, but nevertheless under the jurisdiction of our city. 2 minutes per speaker, and we have as our first speaker, Dr. Clyde Williams. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno, Northeast LA. Also DWP liaison for the LA 32 Neighborhood Council and a board member. DWP passed a budget yesterday. Wow. Guess what? Fees are going to go up. Does it really affect me? No, not really, because my water consumption and my power consumption are so low that I don't ever get above Tier 1. However, it will affect a lot of people in the city of Los Angeles. Now, the new acting interim general manager, he had it revised so that it was more comprehensible. That is, softer. However, even the commissioners noted fee increases, and they thought that it was a nice budget. However, the devil is always in the detail, and I hope that the DWP budget will be revised subject to council actions. Specifically, one of the things in the background is that supposedly this year they will get the strategic plan done. Oh, it's only been going on for 2 years already, and didn't the library get theirs done in less than a year, and didn't the fire department get theirs done? So how can you have a budget when you don't know where you're going and how much money you're going to spend? And specifically, in conservation, there was no indication as to the budget for any sort of conservation rebates or energy efficiency development within the fiscal year 10-11. So I hope you consider the DWP budget and send it back to them with substantial requests for revisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Daniel Garcia is our next speaker. After Mr. Garcia will be John Walsh. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, councilman members. Last 2 months, I asked you a question about diversity, and I feel to ask you again. Number 1, how diverse is the population you serve? Number 2, how this population changed in the last 5 years, and do you foresee any changes in the next 5 years? Number 3, what has been the biggest challenge in diversity you have faced? Number 4, do you provide any type of training to your staff on diversity? I have asked this question before, and it has been 2 months right now that I haven't gotten any answer. It is for the reason that he's a member of my area that I serve. I'll ask you again. Please answer my question as soon as possible, because Gloria Molina has answered the question to me directly. I would greatly appreciate if the council member can answer my question. Thank you very much, and happy Father's Day, because I'm not coming to until next month. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. John Walsh is our next speaker. After that will be Joel Miller.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org, HIGHLANDS, 1.5 million visitors since October 28th. Last time I was here, I said the Hahn campaign was flat broke. She suspended her campaign. That was psychotic ravings. She said it was psychotic ravings. Then the Newsom group sent out a press release with all the details. The Hahn campaign is seriously over. She's flat broke. She can't even pay
Mr. President,
who owes money on
the race for Lieutenant Governor is not within the jurisdiction of City Council.
Thank you, sir. If you can make sure you bring it back to things we have jurisdiction over. Thank you.
The truth is such a bitter, bitter pill. Garcetti Gulch, I hope that concerning. There is a giant 8-story high picture of a deformed fetus on the W Hotel project. You're going to say that's psychotic ravings till you see it in the LA Times. Character lookalikes. In Hollywood, there's been a sweep of the celebrity lookalikes by the captain of the... She blames it on you, incidentally. I'm asking for the captain to be relieved of duty. I go back to Captain Feinberg. Who remembers Captain Feinberg? I'm the only one in this building that remembers Captain Feinberg. Okay, remember what happened to him with sex and with the Girl Scouts at the park. Okay, I'm telling you right now, bicyclists being attacked, and it is not the LAPD's problem, it's not the officers, it's the leadership in that one division. Now, when I attack and say things like this is like getting up in Palestine and attacking the PLO or Hamas. I expect to be retaliation for my asking for the captain to be removed. She blames it on you, Eric. Eric, are you man enough to come out with me and talk to the characters? I don't think so. HollywoodHighlands.org.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walsh. Joel Miller is our next speaker. If I can ask Arnold Sachs to follow Mr. Miller, please. Good morning.
Good morning, members of the council. My name is Joel Miller. I'm a principal of a land development consulting firm, Somas, in downtown Los Angeles, and I'd like to publicly acknowledge 9 members of the City Council in their support for the annual Somas Paper Yacht Challenge. This is a fundraiser that's held every year at City National Plaza at 5th and Flower in the fountain on the plaza. We've raised thousands of dollars for local charities, and this year our charity that's been designated as the Weingart Center, we raise funds through the entry fees and also through silent auction items, and I'm encouraged and honored to identify the following council members who have volunteered to participate in the silent auction. Council members Jan Perry, Ed Reyes, Bill Rosendahl, Dennis Zine, Paul Koretz, Janice Hahn, Herb Wesson, Tom Labange, and Jose Huizar. It's not too late for other members of the council to participate in this great event. I would suggest that you contact Councilwoman Jan Perry. She knows how to get in touch with me if you would like to participate. Also, I'd encourage all of your staffs to make paper boats, come down on June 17th and participate in the race. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Arnold Sachs is our next speaker. After that is Wayne Spindler.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Arnold Sachs. I'd like to cover 3 areas. Hopefully I will. First, I'd like to thank you, Mr. President, for correcting me yesterday regarding my commentary and saying it was a change to the city charter. You're exactly right. I was wrong. It was a change to the LA Administrative Code, which that was item 29. My point being that you took steps here in council to change the LA City Administrative Code. Yet when I asked that question about how you took the steps to change the voting process in the city council chambers, I get no answer, because
oh, it was the city charter, we don't, and that takes an amendment to the city charter. So again, I ask the question, how did you process the changes in your voting that allow you to leave the chambers and count as a vote when the rules state that you need to be present in chambers to vote? Maybe you could clarify that. Then, we had a little discussion yesterday regarding the nonprofits, and Councilman Parks brought up the fact that there has been numerous lawsuits filed by police and fire with outrageous settlements costing the city millions of dollars. And he's trying to prevent something happening similar to nonprofits that are renting properties from the city. But the problem with the police and the fire is it's taken place over 10 or 15 years that these numerous lawsuits have occurred, and the settlements have kept increasing, and yet there's been no real change in policy. As a matter of fact, we still don't know if those 2 DWP workers or 4 DWP workers have been terminated because unions have garnered such power. And finally, yesterday you might have heard about the meeting at the County Board of Supervisors. In today's Daily Breeze, it states the meeting went for 3 hours with 60 speakers. Yet when you had the contentious rent control item on your agenda, it went for 5-hour meeting. Before you held
Thank you very much.
You had 20 minutes of speaking.
Wayne Spindler is our next speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sachs. Wayne Spindler is our next speaker. Good morning, sir.
Well, we had another body followed this body, and we had a boycott of our friends in Arizona. I noticed there's a couple of American flags here. Any of you that voted to boycott Arizona, take those flags down. You're not Americans. You attack your own citizens of a fellow state. Now, you went ahead and you did that, and the next challenge that was laid down was with Mr. Bootner of the DWP, when are you going to stop accepting electric and water from the great state of Arizona? When are you going to terminate all those contracts? The manager of the Arizona Authority has tendered a letter to the mayor and has offered to let Los Angeles get out of its electric contract and sell its interests that the DWP owns in its nuclear power plant. Why don't you take advantage of that? You could sell all of those interests for a substantial amount of money, place that money back into the Treasury here to help balance our budget, and make your case that you support a boycott. The truth is you don't support a boycott. It's a lie. The only thing you're trying to do is you're trying to go around and prop yourself up for your next office. You know how successful that was? Janice Hahn is a perfect example of how successful it's been. Her run for lieutenant governor and her political future's in the toilet. She's going to be recalled because when she comes back to her district, everybody that's dying down there in the business community that can't get a permit, that can't pay their water bill, that can't pay their electric bill is going to say, I can't take 3 more years of this. Let's get somebody new in there. That's what it is. You attack our fellow. I have relatives that live in Sun City, retired there. It's a great state, and you're making the mistake attacking those people like that.
Thank you, Mr. Spindler. We have Mr. Labange for an introduction.
Introduce Janice Hahn, the great councilwoman of the 15th District, and tell her what a good job she's doing. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. That will close our general public comment. We have a request to take item 22, I believe it was, Ms. Perry, out of order. If you'd like to take that next.
I saw that city attorney had to say something.
I'd like to ask all of the folks who are going to participate in the American Heart Association presentation to come forward, including all the young people who are here from Animo Ralph Bunch and Animo South Los Angeles. Let me call her through the mic. Okay, if Bob Larley is here from the American Heart Association, Claudia Keller, I have Dr. Ehrman here. And any volunteer CPR or AED instructors? See, the students are much more aware of instructions than the adults are. You guys got up here first, yes.
Ironic, right?
Yep. Oh, so what's your name? Bob Lord. Okay. Why don't you come stand up here? And then is Claudia back there? Yes. Oh, okay, Claudia. Oh, hi. Okay, Claudia. And okay, I think we have everybody. Great. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I wanted to call this item special to highlight the importance of CPR and AED training. This year marks the 50th anniversary of CPR, and today we are voting on a resolution to declare June 1st through 7th CPR AED Awareness Week in the city of Los Angeles. It takes a few simple steps to save a life if someone suddenly collapses from cardiac arrest. Training more people to perform CPR in its 50th year as a life-saving measure increases survival by enabling more possible bystanders to handle an emergency. Less than 1/3 of out-of-hospital cardiac arrest victims receive CPR from a bystander. Without immediate CPR, the chance of surviving out-of-hospital cardiac arrest drops up to 10% for each minute that passes without defibrillation. Sorry. Anyway, this means that by the time the emergency medical personnel arrive on scene, it could be too late. The American Heart Association's goal is to educate 1 million Americans about CPR during CPR Week, and they are particularly reaching out to our teens to create the next generation of lifesavers, and that's why we have these young people standing here with us today. So today, they've brought a youth delegation of students from Animo Ralph Bunche and Animo South Los Angeles to participate in a day of dialogue about CPR and AED training, and to take part in a free training in the Rotunda, and I hope you'll go by after we adjourn and see what they're doing. The training is also free to all city employees who wish to come to the Rotunda today between 11 a.m. and 12 noon. This is a great opportunity. Also this morning, young people got to hear a first-hand account of how CPR can save a life. And this is very interesting, as it's in my own office. My chief of staff, her name is Kathy Godfrey, many of you know her, shared a personal story about how she and her husband successfully saved a woman who went into cardiac arrest while out to dinner at an event. This is just one of the many stories of how important this training is. As a city, we have made this a priority, offering training classes and placing AEDs throughout public buildings like our convention center and City Hall. You can learn how to save lives and play an important role by setting an example for your friends, your families, and your neighbors about the need for CPR and AED training. And you can encourage the adults in your lives to learn CPR. CPR and AED training are critical to saving lives, and I hope you can take the message of CPR Week to your family and everyone and encourage them to learn. And so I'd like to welcome Dr. Mark Ehrman, Medical Director of the Heart Center at Cedars-Sinai Heart Institute, just to tell us a bit more about the importance of CPR. And he will speak on behalf of the American Heart Association, who has partnered with the offices of Council District 9 today to offer the CPR training. Dr. Ehrman.
Thank you, Councilwoman Perry. On behalf of the American Heart Association and all of us cardiologists who are dedicated to preventing premature cardiac death, I want to thank the Los Angeles City Council for their support of CPR and AED Awareness Week. Ms. Perry really very nicely reviewed all the important points regarding CPR. I think to summarize it, really what it is about is that you don't have to be a doctor or a nurse or an EMT to be a hero and to save a life. We all can potentially be a lifesaver by understanding how to do CPR and how to use an automated external defibrillator or an AED. I want to just point out that certain cities such as Seattle have about 1/3 of their population who are trained in CPR. And what's amazing there is that studies have shown that if you have a sudden cardiac arrest in a place like Seattle, your chances of survival are clearly significantly higher. So we all can make a difference by just being aware of how to save a life. And I think it is important for us all to share with our friends, our family, and our neighbors how we can learn CPR and how we can potentially be saving even a relative's life, a friend's life, or a stranger's life. I'm proud that the Cedars-Sinai Heart Institute has supported this effort by donating the new CPR kits to try to make it easier for laypersons to be one of those heroes to save a life. So thank you very much for your support.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ehrman. And again, I'd like to recognize Mr. Bob Larley, who is the chairperson of the American Heart Association Los Angeles Division, and Claudia Keller, who is the executive director, she's right here, of the American Heart Association Los Angeles Division. And of course, special thank you to the students from Animal Rock Bunch and Animal South Los Angeles. Let's give them all a big hand. Thank you. We'll go in the back and take a picture. Thank you. So everybody get your stuff, your books, your purses, and then we'll go.
We do have cards on this item as well, so we'll turn to the cards from the public. We have one card from John Walsh, if we could make room for him. Mr. Walsh? Okay. Mr. Walsh passes. So are there other members who wish to be heard on this? If not, let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
All right. Next items, please.
Item 2 was called special for cards.
Okay. Item 2 is our next item. Arnold Sachs, if you'd like to come forward on item number 2.
Thank you. Good morning, Arnold Sachs. Item number 2 refers to an assessment by DWP for sewer improvement. And in today's Daily Breeze, again, DWP customers looking at 8% hike for aging pipe and pumping stations for the water department. That's on top of a 4% or 4.5% for the DWP for the electricity. So it would be nice you consider this one department, but each segment of the department comes back to the council every month, every other month, every 3 months for a rate increase, first for the electrical, then for the water, then the electrical, then the water for the electrical. When does this merry-go-round of stupidity stop? When does the public start to get some plans for what this increases amount to? When does there a blueprint for what this money is going to be spent on? You have an item in your agenda later on for a program from ARA. And ARA is a new program, yet the DWP was able to put a plan together on how to spend the money. When do we get a plan from DWP regarding the greening of LA? We need more money. We need higher rates. We need this. We need that. But you know what? Most of the council have been sitting here for 8 years, some of you going on 10 years. And in all that time, there's still no plan for a greening of LA. When the hell are you going to start acting instead of just rubber stamping these rate increases? It would be that would be a plan. Let's plan on an act. Get something going. This is outrageous.
Sorry, so this was not the Department of Water and Power. It's a sewer, which is done by a different department, and there's no rate increase connected with this project right here from the Department of Water and Power. So just to let folks know what's before us, it's for a sewer improvement, which is the Bureau of Sanitation. Wayne Spindler is our next speaker, and Bureau of Engineering. And then John Walsh will follow. Good morning again.
Yes. This is a subject about a 218 ballot. I was victimized by such a ballot measure recently, and what they do is people at City Hall get together with a developer, and they just take out a parcel map, and then they draw a boundary, and they create an assessment district. And then, after they form the assessment district, they mail to the parcel owners a ballot. And the ballots are weighted according to the size of the lots. In my situation, we had a developer that had such a big lot that it would require 3 out of 4 of the people in the ballot to defeat it. 2 of us voted no. The developer voted yes, and because the other gentleman voted no, that it received a ballot of slightly under 50%, and it passes. Under these ballot initiatives, if nobody votes, it passes. If it's a tie, it passes. It does not require a 2/3 vote. So what this is being done to use is that they're using this proposition measure to keep putting these assessment districts on these homeowners so they can get these things passed and then levy fines against the property owners if they don't pay these special assessments. This is a way to get the city out of having to pay for sidewalks, tree improvements, street improvements, and now these sewers. This sewer situation is under the Bureau of Sanitation, under a street. This is the city's liability and the city's responsibility. Instead, you're putting this on the backs of homeowners. This has got to stop. And each and every time you do this, you're not following Proposition 13. You're skirting Proposition 13 by using this measure in a way it was never intended. It must be defeated. Save these people that money and vote no on this.
Thank you, Mr. Spindler. John Walsh is our last speaker, and we won't be taking action on this. This is just for the public comments today. Good morning again, Mr. Walsh.
Good morning. If you don't see me next week, it's because of the LAPD when I called for the resignation of the captain. This is about sewers. Only in LA do we give sewer projects a cute name. We call this sewer project Warbler Way, W-A-R-B-L-E-E-R, HollywoodHighlands.org. This is actually a part of the city of Los Angeles, which is known as Birdland. This is on North Doheny. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's look at the sewers right here. Your toilet here on this floor in the men's room is backed up. There's a sea of urine in the toilet. It's disgusting. Cutbacks. You've cut so many people back, there's nobody to plunge and to clean up the mess. What is happening? The smell is disgusting, and you've closed the cafe here. You've removed amenities. You're trying to discourage people from coming here. HollywoodHighlands.org. 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. As a side note, not pertaining to this, we do have a farmers market here every Thursday at City Hall with thousands of people who are usually not here, and a good way of continuing to encourage people to come to City Hall. We welcome anybody to come here as well. We'll look into the toilets, and thank you for that. If we can please, we have to take no action on this, so we'll continue that till the 23rd of June.
Actually, council should close the public hearing today.
We'll close that public hearing and continue that without objection. Next item, please.
Item 3 was being held on the desk for an amending motion that has now been circulated.
Okay, Mr. Labange, I know you've circulated the amending motion.
Yes, so be careful.
We'll accept that as friendly if there's no objection to that. Anything else?
Circulated?
Yes, sir.
City clerk approved. So I would ask.
He doesn't have a vote, but he liked what he saw. So let's go ahead then and please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. We'll send that forth without objection. Next item, please.
Item 4 was called special for cards.
Okay, item 4 is next before us. Ziggy Cruz is our first speaker. She'll be followed by Arnold Sachs. Good morning.
Good morning, council members. I'm actually glad that this is going fast. Well, most of you know my opinion on going after the little people when it comes to businesses, and especially after small businesses. This usually ends up in disaster for the family-run businesses and the total dislike of the council who allows this to happen. Molly's, that's the item in front of you. Molly's has been a fixture at this location since the 1920s. Because Molly's has been identified as eligible for inclusion on the city's list of historical and cultural monuments, the EIR is required to be supplemented regarding the potential complete loss of a significant piece of Hollywood roadside history stretching back 90 years. I hope, Mr. Reyes, you were just saluting me. Thank you. I believe that Molly's requires further preservation study prior to its potential demolition. We must not sacrifice family-run businesses such as Molly's that have been a part of the fabric of Hollywood for decades, especially when they are historic. Molly's shouldn't be cast aside for the latest big developer. Now it is Molly's. Next time perhaps it's Pink's. After that maybe the El Adobe Cafe or Lucy's on Melrose. Who knows? So I guess the bottom line here is that if Molly is forced to move, they need to be fully protected in the relocation process. That means the city, CRA, Molly's agreements to be relocation into the Department of Transportation project that is now being constructed a couple of doors down, and proper financial support and assistance also needs to be, assured from the council. So, Council President Garcetti, help Molly's. Make sure that the CRA and the city do the right thing to start off a good year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ziggy. Arnold Sachs, our next speaker. After that is John Walsh. Mr. Sachs passes. Mr. Walsh. After Mr. Walsh will be James Nkyoki.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. Come and take a look at our endorsements. First of all, you be tripping. It's always, first you take their property, then you're going to build a commercial office building. There will not be, and I would bet, a very sensitive part of my body right now, another major commercial office building in Hollywood in another 10 years. In fact, what they want to get are the entitlements. The entitlements means you've got all your everything you need. You've got all your permits, you sit on them, and then you sell them to the next developer for millions of dollars. And you give Eric a few $100 campaign contribution, and you're cool. That's what's happening here. We have entitlement bingo going on in Hollywood. I wish, that we could do the story. As you know, the press no longer can come up to Mr. Parks. They have to stand 30 or 40 feet behind them, just the way women do in the Middle East behind their husbands. And look,
we can bring it back to the subject,
Macho. I want to point out that they're taking so much property by the threat of eminent domain. Well, they're not using eminent domain, so it doesn't count. It's like take out a gun, go to a liquor store. I didn't rob it, I just threatened to kill you. In fact, they're taking this, and look what it's for, a commercial office building. Nothing is happening in Hollywood. Eric, you lied to us when you said after you tore down the historic building at Hollywood and Vine, they're going to build a big office building. Well, go out there now. Either I'm psychotic, if you go out there now, you know what they have at Garcetti Gulch at Hollywood and Vine? They have a parking lot. A parking lot. That's all that's there. And it's sitting there, and it's an eyesore, and it's a blight. Put your hands down, Mr. LaBonta. Show a little respect. Or go have a drink. HollywoodHighlands.org.
If you can please address the council as a whole, and respectfully, by the way, never said an office building would be built there, sir. James Nkyoki was the next speaker, and then after that is Robert Blue. Good morning. Good morning.
Hi, my name is James E., and this is my mother, Kiyoki. And we've been part of Hollywood for 12 years now, and it's a small family-run business. And this business supports our family. With my dad passing last August, this business, we're struggling, and this business is our livelihood. This project that you guys will vote on will force us to move, will destroy our business and our place in Hollywood. Council President Garcetti, this is your district. My family needs your help. We don't want to go, but if we're forced out, we want to be treated fairly. So far, the CRA has not treated us fairly. Originally, we were promised that we could move into the new city parking structure, but that was stripped away from us. We still want to move there, but you guys aren't letting us. My family needs your help. Council President Garcetti, my mother and I urgently request a meeting with you. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'd be more than happy. Actually, we can talk today as well. But Robert Blue, I'll go through the rest of the comments if you just want to sit by the side. Robert Blue, and then Daniel Wright will follow. Good morning.
Morning. My name is Robert Blue, and my family's had a small business within 1 block of Molly's since 1946. Thanks to the efforts of Council President, the CRA, and the City Council, we were able to stay and be incorporated into a new development in Hollywood and Vine. The City Council President showed us the way to retain the old with the new, providing new development and incorporating the small businesses that stayed in there through the tough times. Molly has been part of the fabric of Hollywood for decades. Before there were fast food chains, there was a food stand in Molly's way back in the 1920s. I had patronized Molly's since the 70s. The customers there represent a microcosm of Hollywood, from blue-collar workers to CNN producers. In fact, many of the construction workers who worked at the Broadway lofts, the W Hotel construction, the Equitable building, ate their breakfast, lunch, and going-home snack at Molly's. You might say that Molly's helped feed development in this important area of Hollywood. Relocation can be tough on small business, especially in this economic environment. That is why it is important to protect small businesses like Molly's, treat them fairly, and help them settle in and grow back and to be part of a new Hollywood. Then Molly's can continue to feed the next generation of economic growth in Hollywood while reminding us all of the old Hollywood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blue. Appreciate your comments. Daniel Wright is our next speaker. After that is Robert Silverstein. Good morning.
Good morning. Daniel Wright on behalf of the Silverstein Law Firm, representing Mrs. Kioki of Molly's Burgers. Council members, the CRA certified the EIR for the 1601 Vine project on February 18, 2010. The draft EIR in this case said there was no impact on any historic resource. When the draft Historic Resources Survey for the Hollywood redevelopment area showed Molly's Burgers was likely a historic resource, the developer hired Galvin Preservation Associates to prepare a historic resource assessment of Molly's. That report focused on why the 1929 original building was not historically significant. While the report noted that there was a significant addition to the building, the Galvin report did not assess the independent historic significance of the addition as an expression of classic roadside eateries that were popular in the 1940s and 50s. Let the record reflect that this morning I obtained a time-stamped copy of our objection letter, which details that significant new information has come to light since the certification of the final EIR on February 18, 2010. On March 30, 2010, the CRA released its final historic resources survey for the Hollywood redevelopment area. On pages 116 to 118 of this comprehensive 152-page report, it identifies Molly's Burgers as eligible for listing as a LA Historic Cultural Monument, and the date of significance is 1953, the approximate date of the construction of the significant addition. Secret Guidelines 15162A sets forth the requirement that a lead agency must prepare a supplemental EIR when new information shows project implementation will have a significant impact on a historic resource. Since the new information was issued by CRA itself, it is impossible to dismiss the significance of this new historic resource. For this reason, Council must not approve this item today. Rather, this new significant impact should be evaluated by the CRA under the secret guidelines and a supplemental EIR prepared. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Robert Silverstein is our next speaker, and then Charles Fisher will follow.
Thank you. My name is Robert Silverstein. I'm an attorney with the Silverstein Law Firm in Pasadena, and I represent Molly's Burger. Again, let the record reflect that this morning we turned in written objections regarding various legal issues, including the fact that the CRA's new Historic Resources Survey, which was just released for the Hollywood Redevelopment Plan area, conflicts with the EIR in this very case, and we have outlined the issues there. There is also an issue in terms of Section 526A regarding taxpayer waste and issues regarding the funding of this project. In terms of the equities and the family that's family business that's at stake. We cannot continually sacrifice family-run businesses like Molly's that have been a part of the historic Hollywood fabric for decades. However, if Molly's is going to be moved aside for this new redevelopment project, then they need to be taken care of through the city and the CRA relocation process, which has not happened yet. That means proper compensation and keeping Molly's near Hollywood and Vine without any disruption to their ongoing business during any potential build-out of a relocation site. Molly's was first promised a spot in the new DOT parking lot just being built next door. And Council President Garcetti, I know that this is an important point for you because that city DOT lot is right there and is an outstanding relocation site. That is what Molly's wants, and that is what the city and the CRA should make happen. But the CRA later told Molly's that the city DOT lot wasn't possible anymore. No explanation was given, but that site can and should be a relocation site for this business. Council President Garcetti, we ask for your intervention to make sure that Molly's is treated right and can relocate to a good spot in the City Department of Transportation lot with all of the support that Molly's needs.
Thank you,
this
sir.
can work, but it needs your leadership.
Thank you. Charles Fisher, and is our next speaker. Wayne Spindler will follow that.
Good morning, Charlie Fisher, 140 South Avenue 57. I'm speaking specifically about the historic aspects of Molly's Diner. This seems to be a battle of the consultants. You have a report put together for the survey, a context statement run by Chattel and Chattel Architecture that states specifically that the Molly's stand is a significant resource and eligible for local listing as a HCM, Historic Cultural Monument. You have the Galvin report that states otherwise. It's important to note the differences between the two reports. The report put together by Chattel talks about the period of significance in the 1950s and why this is significant. The Galvin report talks about the alterations based on the 1929 building. The important thing is that when the original survey in Hollywood was done, this particular diner was 27 years old in its configuration as we know it today. The original building at that time was 50. Today, the configuration is 57 years old, older than the original building was in 1980. Time goes by. This period of significance is the post-war diner, and this particular building is a good example of the post-war diner, a very quickly disappearing type of architecture, I might add. The Chattel report states there are 3 such diners in Hollywood remaining. Yet only one, Molly's, is considered to be eligible for local listing. The EIR document has to deal with this, and mitigation has to happen based on the report that we have now, the CRA's own survey, which has been published. Thank you very much for allowing us to speak on this, and I'm calling, therefore, that the EIR be modified, a supplemental be issued to deal with mitigations for the historic structure, Molly's Burgers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fisher. And that concludes public comment. And I'd like to ask Councilman Garcetti. One more? Okay, we have one more. Councilman Garcetti, I have one more. We have Wayne Spindler.
Yes. Thank you. Here we go with another monument, another place that's been on the chopping block. You go back to Hollywood area, there was a place called Schwab's. Used to go over the hill from the valley. You'd see it right there. They destroyed that. Used to have a place called the Brown Derby. There was a restaurant shaped like a hat. Destroyed, gone. You had Victoria Station in Universal City at the top of the hill. You could take a tram to go up and eat. Gone. All over the city, the Bullocks Wilshire building, for $6 million, it was given away to a law school, a building that was worth 50 times that. All over the city, things are vanishing in this city. This city's culture is vanishing. So you put up hotels like this W that you put up over in Vineland, and skyscrapers all over the place going up that swallow up the Capitol Records building. Pretty soon, when people are going to come to Los Angeles, they're not going to know where the hell they are. They're going to go, well, are we down in downtown Shanghai? Are we over in Toronto? This isn't, what's Los Angeles? We had great restaurants, the Luau. You used to go to the Luau. There was a lake that went in through the restaurant. Gone. You had all kinds of other great places. In fact, in a recent survey, there wasn't one restaurant in the city of Los Angeles in the top 100 restaurants in the United States. We have no incentive for people to stay here. You're going to give these people $120,000 to close down a monument. What you should do is give them $1 million, and as long as they leave the city, because you don't care about family businesses. This city has completely disavowed that in favor of corporatism, because you want to get more money for the city with those rights to build. For once, save a landmark. Thank you.
Okay, I believe that does conclude public comment. Yes, affirmative. Councilor Garcetti, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you to everybody who's taken the time to come down here, especially the owners of Molly's in particular, and of course, I'm always more than happy to meet with you. I know you've been in direct negotiations as well with the Community Redevelopment Agency, and I'm happy to take 2 weeks to look at any of the preservation issues. But let me say a couple different things. Our last speaker spoke about all the monuments that have been lost, and the Brown Derby, I wasn't in office, and I agreed with that. It was one of the more tragic things that's happened in L.A., but also threatened with the wrecking ball with the Palace, now the Avalon, the Palladium. There was talk years ago, the Egyptian theater falling apart, the Chinese. We looked at a number of different things in Hollywood, and I think it's the strength of the Hollywood preservation community and the work we've done collectively. And I will say, myself saying I will not allow the Palladium to be taken down. I will not allow certain things that are the landmarks of what's made Hollywood great, even as we make Hollywood a safer place, filled with less parking lots, filled with less empty locations, which is what this is right now, besides the hamburger stand. It's an empty lot right now. And I will continue to do that together with the community, and I thank the Hollywood community that's been a strong part of that. When you said more than $120,000, I can't get into direct negotiations here. You said $1 million. There's multiples of $1 million being offered right now to the owners of the stand. And in fact, the offer that was, and this may predate when the current representation for these owners are there, we actually offered, the CRA offered a location in the parking structure. That was turned down. Now I understand they are open to that, and I will fight to help this business out. I mean, when you came and you talked about your father's business and your mother, I absolutely feel that you should not only not be pushed out, it's a great place where I've eaten before too, and we want to keep it in the neighborhood. We did that with the juice place that was across the street. What we don't benefit from when true unemployment is about 25% in the city, unemployment's 13%, is not actually getting some of these building trades people back to work where it's 40 to 50% if you're a carpenter, an electrician, or a steel worker, or iron worker, where we right now have folks that would like to locate businesses back in Hollywood because it is a more vibrant and much safer place than it was a decade ago, but there isn't a lot of office structures there. This was not seized with eminent domain. I want to be very clear for the public who is listening to this. This was purchased by our Community Redevelopment Agency on the open market and is now being sold. That money is coming back to the people of LA for projects, or possibly that money to compensate the business that is there. There are two issues that were raised today. One is on historic preservation and one is on compensation. I don't want to conflate the two because it is difficult for us to resolve the issue. If the collective group that is here is saying the only thing that we care about is the historic preservation, we can work on that, and maybe a project doesn't get built or we move it someplace else or something else. If it's really about that as a piece of making sure that this business is treated fairly, because there's an entire open parking lot, which I have to say is not the safest place to walk by at all hours right now, but could have a Class A office structure that will bring good paying jobs to the heart of Hollywood, put people back to work in construction, which makes a lot of sense for us to do, and which is funded. It is actually funded, which blows me away in this environment, in this economy. It's actually funded by a group out of Chicago that wants to continue going forward, even in this bad economy, to build this office structure. We need to be able to resolve that. But I want to put out there on the record that there is in the millions of dollars being offered right now. The location was offered, and while it was rejected initially, we will work hard even as the parking structure is going up to see if that is an appropriate location. I think as Mr. Blue pointed out, and I appreciate that, we've worked on these things successfully, helped the small businesses that are there get more money than maybe even would have happened without some of these projects, but also preserve the character and make sure that, these empty lots these empty lots don't stay empty, and that's a critical piece of making sure that we have progress for everybody there. So To the ease, absolutely. I'd be happy to sit down with you face to face. I know the CRA is doing that right now with you. I hope that we can find, when these negotiations happen, and suddenly sometimes people tug on the heartstrings, and as you said, Mr. Spindler, shouldn't be 120,000, should be $1 million. It's considerably more than that, multiples of it. And I think when people hear that too, they say there should be a fair amount. And I hope we can arrive at that fair amount so that an entire thing that could put people back to work also isn't held up while we honor the good work that you've done and the great place that you have today. So I would ask for continuation. We don't have staff here today. I do think you deserve the answers to the historical preservation issues that you've raised there, but I also do want you to be clear about what you want. Is it that you want them to be someplace else, and that while this is a historic structure, it isn't exactly the Palladium, it's significant, but we can either keep that there and have nothing else there, or look at some sort of build around. But we also said one of the other things that was offered is to stay in that building, to actually do some sort of a build around, or to be back in there. But the CRA could only guarantee 5 years of free rent. We can't do that forever. And I know that was rejected, and that's your business decision to make, and we want to give you as good options. But we are being very generous. I will continue to make sure that CRA is being very generous, and I think if nothing else, you'll find a location that's in the neighborhood, but let's get it done instead of stretching that out. But so I'd ask for continuation for 2 weeks. We'll have a chance to talk some more, give you guys some space to close, hopefully, the negotiations with the CRA, and I'm more than happy to do that as your council member.
So this matter will be continued for 2 weeks, council member? Okay, great. And it's good to hear that there is an offer to sustain the historic element and Molly's in the area, and that would be both well for everyone. So that item has been continued?
And the new date will be June 16th.
Okay.
If I may, Mr. Why don't we continue it 1 week? If you'll, with your permission, we can make it to. I'm going to be on my annual Navy training. I'll be gone for a 2 weeks period on that 16th, and we can't go much later. So what we'll do is next week, if it's not resolved, we'll continue for another week. I won't necessarily be here, but I'll work up to that last hour before I leave on my Navy duty to try to see what we can do to resolve that. Okay, so let's continue for 1 week, just so at least I can be here for the next step. Okay.
So that'll be June 9th.
Sorry?
June 9th.
Yeah, thank you.
So continue for June 9th. Okay, that'll be action in this committee. Okay, next item?
Next item is item 12, and that was called special for Councilmember Hahn.
Okay, Councilmember Hahn.
Thank you, colleagues. You remember in 2008, we actually passed the oversized vehicle parking restriction ordinance, and that really came forward particularly for me in my district. I had a number of complaints of people who were complaining about RVs and boats and other large items that were parked on the street indefinitely, and it was a blight, but really more importantly, it was a public safety hazard. There were places in San Pedro where people literally would have to drive into the opposing oncoming lane just to maneuver around an oversized vehicle. Many people coming out of an intersection had a huge blind spot where they could not see traffic enough to turn left or right because of an oversized vehicle. Many of them were parked in front of people's homes, again causing major inconvenience. So we passed this ordinance, and this ordinance really depended on the council offices working with their neighborhood councils, working with their community groups, and finding the appropriate places to post the signage that actually began to limit and restrict overnight parking of vehicles. So this item for me today, colleagues, is just an expansion of the signage that we began posting in 2008, and I'm going to include more neighborhoods in North San Pedro and South Harbor City that will now get the sign. It's a very large sign. It's an oversized sign that really denotes the parking restriction. It's basically from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. Oversized vehicles will not be allowed to park. Now, clearly, we heard a lot of concerns from responsible RV owners that said that would impede their ability either when they came home from a trip to sort of unload their vehicle, or if they were leaving early in the morning on a camping trip, they wanted to use the night before to load and get ready. So we've certainly taken that into account, and people can get permits that will allow them to park overnight, either for loading up or unloading when they come home from their vacation. So you can get those through our Department of Transportation. You can actually access those, I believe, online. So again, colleagues, this is just expanding it, and folks in San Pedro or Harbor City want to know, we'll have the streets listed for you. They'll either be on my website or you can call my office. But again, this is just an attempt to answer the concerns that communities and neighborhoods have with these oversized vehicles. So I ask for your I vote on this measure. I support.
Thank you.
I do.
Ms. Hahn.
Thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Ms. Hahn and I, of course, put together a model of this a couple of years ago because the issue is very real throughout various parts of the city. It was very interesting. Some of my Venice people looked at your map and looked at the area you were covered. Obviously, I support this, and we're going into closed session later on an item at 1:15 that talks about other issues to deal with that same issue. So we'll talk more about it there. But this is a good point. This is the right direction. And obviously, I support Ms. Hahn on this motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. That is our last speaker on the queue. So we have before us the vote. If we can please prepare the roll on 12 and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That's approved. Next item, please.
Item 13, called special by Councilmember Perry.
Ms. Perry, item number 13.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And there is an item 13A motion that I think is being circulated at this time, and basically it boils down to the ARA grant being administered by the Community Development Department in consultation with the Department of Water and Power, and then a reconstitution of the Energy Efficiency Working Group. And the Community Development Department will be added to the membership of the group, which is comprised of the Mayor, City Council, Department of Water and Power, and the group will provide advice and guidance as needed for the duration of the grant. And in the interest of, being time efficient, I'm willing to just ask for an aye vote on this motion. If there is need to debate further, then I'll press my button again. But if people are prepared to vote affirmatively on this motion 13A, then I can stop now.
Okay.
Can we go?
Mr. Rosendahl in the queue. Next.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could we have staff come up on this? I got a few questions.
I'll press my button again.
This is item 7, but it's item 15. This one we can
do that 3.4 million from Here. Good morning, everybody. In committee, Mr. Garcetti and I put a motion in that we don't see reflected in it. And the motion had to do with $3.4 million for multifamily affordable residential, and that includes rent stabilization units into the description to read affordable housing projects that include rent stabilization units. Remember that, and I'd like you to respond how we do that. Obviously, this has interest to me with my Lincoln Place as I'm moving forward with issues with Lincoln Place and some other issues. We brought it up in the stimulus meeting. Mr. Garcetti and I put that motion in. Where are we at on that? Don't all speak at once now.
Craig Tranby, LAWP.
Good morning.
Good morning. At the time that motion was made, I believe it was, in fact, incorporated in a follow-up report through the city clerk's office to include the RSOs in that program area. I know housing has taken that into the scope of their program plans, and I don't believe anybody is here to speak to that today. But I do believe that has been included.
We need some comfort on that for obvious reasons for Lincoln Place.
Okay.
Does anybody else want to add to that, or would you do a report back, or how would we do this?
We would be Gretchen Hardison, also Department of Water and Power. Gretchen Hardison, also Department of Water and Power. We have been in consultation with the LA Housing Department on their plans to further develop and roll out this program this summer. We can ask them to come back and describe to you more fully.
Is the Housing Department here in the room?
They were invited, but I do not see anyone today.
Mr. President, is it possible to leave it on the desk and get the housing people just to answer that one question that you and I put in the motion?
Anything's possible. I mean, you can make the motion to do anything today. I don't know. Are they available? Do we know? Can they be here today?
Well, I just don't know why they're not here, but we just need a comfort level that that's incorporated for Lincoln Place and the issues that matter to us there.
Right. Okay. Okay. Why don't we just put an amending motion? Let's hold on the desk for a second. We can probably put an amending motion on that just to guarantee that it's part of the file. That sound good?
Very good.
Okay.
We're going to do a clarifying motion. Just hold on the desk for a little second and I'll pass it around. Great. Thank you.
And we'll still go through the other council members before we do that. Mr. Alacon?
Yeah, frankly, I'm not particular about which department manages this program as long as it's managed. And I know that the handiworker programs were successful under CDD, and I presume they'll be fine over there. But I was concerned the level of administrative costs seems to be higher under CDD than it is DWP, which sort of surprised me. And I was wondering why are the administrative costs higher under CDD as opposed to DWP?
Councilmember David Hirano from the Office of the CAO. We had discussions with both CDD and DWP during the course of our review. DWP indicated that because energy efficiency is more of a core function for their department, that they are positioned to be able to absorb costs more effectively than CDD would be. CDD can do the job, as can DWP, but at this point, CDD would need a few more resources in order to do it effectively.
So what's the breakdown? What is the difference?
The difference is that CDD would require 4 to 5 more additional staff to do the job, and over the course of 2.5 years, approximately $1.9 million more. It breaks down to about $756,000 annually.
I'm just now. This is going to be a partnership with CDD and DWP.
Correct.
If the amendments pass, I assume there would be a partnership. How would that partnership work? Could you describe it for before you answer that question? Because my time runs when you speak. I want to offer a friendly amendment to have the CDD and DWP report back every 30 days to ARA. If just until my concern is that this project has been expedited. We now have 2 years to complete what we thought we were going to have 3 years to complete, and I want to make sure that we are in lockstep, the council and the programs. And making sure that the programs are getting out to the community. So I'd like to offer that as a friendly amendment. I have a formal motion. I don't know if I guess I'll just read it for the record. It says, I move that item 13 on today's council agenda relative to acceptance of the balance of $37,017,900 in energy efficiency and conservation conservation block grant funds be amended as follows. Request the CDD to report back every 30 days with a written report on the progress of the program. This report should include any anticipated announcement dates and application dates as they are established for projects such as energy efficiency retrofits for nonprofit organizations, community outreach, and research and public education grant program for nonprofits, and any other project funded through EECBG for which local organizations will be able to apply. If I could just to mention that as ERA transitions from an application phase to an implementation and completion phase, I think we're going to need to be more hands-on as a committee to make sure that the projects are getting done appropriately so that we line ourselves up for future grants. So this is akin to that. I want to keep track on this, particularly because of the timeline. Now, if you could answer that question, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, Councilmember, the way it's been explained to me that this will work is CDD, if they are designated as program lead, has the ability to manage the financial and administrative aspects of the grant. However, the one area that CDD does not have within their department is the energy efficiency or environmental science aspect of it. So DWP would be asked to provide the energy efficiency and environmental science expertise alongside CDD, and that they would work together to effectively administer this grant.
Ms. Perry, for the second time?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Hirano, do we need to make any adjustments to the authorizations of approvals based on motion 13A?
If CDD is designated as the lead, we would probably need to make an adjustment to our Department of Energy application to incorporate the additional costs for CDD.
Okay. I just have a list of questions that we brought up in committee, and I think the CAO should probably answer them, or CDD. It might be, first of all, who's liable? If you could keep your answer short, because I'll have to press my timer again. Who's liable for, should DOE find that these funds have not been used for eligible purposes?
The city as a whole?
Recently, the redevelopment agency has had federal place sanctions on the agency for misuse of block grant funds. Now, does the Department of Water and Power have any experience at administering block grants?
Definition of
I'm not aware of any, but I'm going to ask them.
What sort of oversight would the council have should the DWP administer this grant? Mr. Hirano?
I'm sorry. What kind of oversight would the council have?
Yeah, would the council have if the DWP would administer this grant?
It would be limited. Obviously, DWP is proprietary department, has limited oversight by the council.
So CAO in your report has identified CDD as an alternative administrator. CDD reports that they would need additional resources in order to administer this grant. And I think you said earlier how much it would cost CDD to administer the grant. If you could just state that again very quickly.
Approximately $750,000 per year. Over the course of about 2.5 years, it's approximately $1.9 million.
And the grant covers all costs?
The grant does cover all costs.
The grant does cover all costs?
Yes.
Okay. And the impact to the general fund would be?
If we use CDD as the lead, the general fund would receive approximately $250,000 in related costs reimbursement.
Okay. So what's the next step for CDD to start administering the grant, given the September the 25th deadline?
If you vote to have CDD administer the grant, then we would need to approve the resource allocation for CDD, specifically the staff and funding, and then...
Now, can staff collaborate, the DWP staff, can they collaborate with CDD and help with the grant process?
Yes, they can.
Okay. So this is why I did motion 13A, and I think that Mr. Alarcon's amending motion is fine. And I just want to make sure, Mr. Alarcon, you're aware of the working group also, the Energy Efficiency Working Group, so that not only would your 30 monthly reports go back to, let's see, I think the ARA committee, but also to the working group, if that's acceptable to you, so that they can be informed also. And I would accept that as a friendly amendment. So, Mr. President, if there's no additional discussion, needed, I'd be ready to call a question.
You can't call a question on after giving a speech, but Mr. Rosendahl is next in the queue and the only person in the queue.
Hold on. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I lost my time. Sorry. I'm done.
Motion that I was talking about a few minutes ago, folks, and it goes like this. I therefore move that the definition of multifamily affordable residential units in this report includes rent stabilization units. Have a second?
A second.
Okay? And that's
Without
friendly
objection,
motion, and that
we'll
just covers
include
that.
that. Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Perry?
Want to, I'm sorry, what did you say? Mr. Hirano, I just had one other quick question. And are there any other speakers in the queue after this? So hopefully we can vote. I
Nope,
wanted to ask.
we just got one. Mr. Reyes just specified.
Thank you, Council President. In this working group, do we have already a list of programs and objectives and how this grant's being reviewed? Or is that what the working group is going to put together? Can anybody answer that?
The Gretchen Hardison, the working group was put into place a little over a year ago to help seek out and apply for federal RF funds. I believe, please correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the motion would sort of reconstitute a subgroup of that. They're familiar with the RA objectives in general, but I think we would need to brief folks and make sure everybody's up to speed on the Department of Energy objectives for this grant.
If there's one umbrella objective that you can just share with us, can you share one?
The funding is primarily allocated to realize energy efficiency savings and to create jobs.
Okay, and that's a very general. Anything more specific than that we could be shared?
The funding is fairly general. The Department of Energy has identified about 15 different program areas where costs are allowed. We're allowed to put up to 20% of the grant to nonprofit organizations. There are several categories that have caps on them, but they're looking at program funds in addition to on-site physical retrofit projects, building retrofit projects.
And the assumption is that we're going to leverage every dollar that's there, that we're going to have a multiplier effect and create jobs, all that other good stuff, right?
That's correct. And the City Council approved the programming of the funding last November, and that was just recently approved by the Department of Energy in March, just a couple of months ago. So the budgets have been laid out for these various program areas to look at different ways of improving the energy efficiency in the city.
In your reporting process, will each council office have an idea of how the districts are being impacted in any way, shape, or form?
We would certainly recommend including that in the monthly reports as to the various locations around the city where these funds will be implemented.
Should I make that a formal request now? Okay, so
Great.
thank you.
Mr. Krikorian has come down the queue.
Mr. Reyes covered my point. Thank you.
Ms. Perry?
Just a quick question for Mr. Hirano. Do we need to amend any of the instructions to change to reflect what we're doing here? Motion 13A as amended.
Yes, if you're talking about the instructions in our report and subsequently in the Department of Environmental Affairs report, they would need to be amended. In addition, we would need to provide resolution authority for 5 positions as requested by the Community Development Department. So if you'd like, we could work with City Clerk to make sure that those are reflected properly in the council action, if that's your desire.
Okay. I have no further questions, Mr. President.
Thank you. If there's no other speakers on the queue as amended with the friendly amendments, we have this item before us. This has had a public hearing already?
Yeah, public hearing was held in the ad hoc era. Okay. The report from Energy and Environment was a communication.
Gotcha. Okay. We have, why don't we, I will move to reopen the hearing. We just have 2 cards. Dr. Clyde Williams. Dr. Williams here. Mr. Sachs, would you like to come forward on this item?
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. President. 3 quick things. A, again, like I mentioned earlier, they have the ability to put together this program, but they can't put together a greening program. Part number 2, thank you for answering that question regarding the funding for the positions, which brings me to point number 3. I believe DWP employees are salaried at 20% higher than the rest of the city. So of this $750,000 allocated for administrative costs, that's 20% higher than if the city oversaw the same program. What could that 20%, $750,000 is $150,000? What could that $150,000 be used? Maybe there's a arts program that could have its rent paid with $150,000. Maybe there's a roof that could be repaired for $150,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. With that will close our public comment as amended. If we can please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Thank you. That is approved. Appreciate all your work on this. Next item, please.
Item 16, call special for Councilmember Hahn.
Okay, Ms. Hahn, item number 16 is before us.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this is just an opportunity to highlight a good project in San Pedro involving our community redevelopment agency in a neighborhood called Vinegar Hill, which is one of the most historic neighborhoods in San Pedro. Many of the homes are the early 1900s Victorian and craftsman-style architecture. In 2003, we made it a historic overlay zone, and since then there have just been a number of important projects that have been completed there. This project will take about $400,000 and improve sidewalks, planting trees, really making this neighborhood even more important and special. Again, it is one of the most treasured neighborhoods in San Pedro. It's just a few blocks up from our waterfront. And this is a project that will really greatly improve, again, mainly the sidewalks, because many of them are like a lot of our sidewalks in the city. They're buckled. It's hard to even walk on them. So this will be an important project. So I just want to highlight Vinegar Hill and thank the CRA for making this a project that really, when it's completed, will be something we'll all be very proud of. Good project, money well spent, and I certainly, not just the folks that live in this neighborhood, but many people visit this neighborhood. It's when you drive through it, it really brings back the history of the harbor area. So this is a good project. Thank you. I ask for your support on this.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. With that, let's prepare. Oh, sorry, we do have one card. My apologies, Mr. Sachs. If you'd like to come forward on item 16.
Yes, thank you again, Arnold Sachs. I'm not against having sidewalk repair, and I appreciate the fact that you have $400,000 in a bond measure. But didn't you have budget discussions requiring, and one of the discussions, and one of the items brought up was the city getting out of sidewalk repair? And how many miles, or how many miles are going to be repaired for this $400,000? In the article in today's newspaper regarding the DWP and the rate increase, they're going to repair 25 miles of pipe next year for 8% rate increase. So, again, you just had budget discussions. You said we need to get out of sidewalk repair, and here's an item on your agenda, sidewalk repair. Which is it? Damned if you do and damned if you don't.
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. That'll close our public comment on this item. Ms. Hahn.
So I forgot to mention that LA Conservation Corps, as a part of this project, will plant 75 new trees. So I think that's really significant. We're on our way in the city to plant as many trees as we can, and this project will really greatly benefit from these 75 trees that LA Conservation Corps is going to plant. I just wanted to say that. Okay.
Thank you. Prepare the roll on this item and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item 17, call special for cards.
All right, item 17 is next. Mr. Sachs, and then John Walsh on item 17.
Thank you.
1 minute left, sir? Thank you. I was just letting you know you had 1 minute left.
Oh, I
sir.
know. Thank you. Actually, I thought I used it up. Item 17, two of the favorite programs in the city, the CRA and the LADWP. Who will be administrating this program, the CRA or the LADWP? $50,000 a year for this program for 3 years. Does that include the two one-year options, or is that in addition? And again, who will be administrating the program? It doesn't seem to say anything to this. As far as with the ARA program, you specifically said $750,000 for administrating to be done by the DWP. And I pointed out, that's 20% higher than city staff would normally get. Why are you not including that in this agenda item? Thank you for the clarification on that, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Walsh is our next speaker.
John Walsh, HollywoodHighlands.org. Huge new post tomorrow morning concerning the sinkhole with a story no place else in the world. HollywoodHighlands.org. As far as CRA is concerned, again, we hear open market. When you put a gun to someone's head and say, let's be on open market, if they don't sell on the open market, you squeeze the eminent domain trigger. I'm telling you right now, incidentally, you might see, this is the first time I've ever been up here without caffeine. And the reason is there's no cafe. But if you go in the back, you'll see a huge buffet they have, and they close the cafe here. I want to know why. And you're building a parking structure now, and you're selling off the parking structures we have. It makes no sense. HollywoodHighlands.org, earth-shaking post tomorrow. HollywoodHighlands.org. 1 minute.
Yes, Mr. Alacon?
Mr. Walsh was overly complimentary to the caterer. I wouldn't call Cheez-Its and Wheat Thins a buffet by any means. And the sandwich I'm eating, I paid for, so we're cool, Mr. Walsh.
Thank you for that clarification and that plug of Cheez-Its. With that, let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay. That's approved. Next item, I believe
Item
Ms. Perry's going to
21
recuse herself.
Item was called special for cards.
Okay. Item 21 is next before us. Dr. Williams, if you'd like to come forward.
Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno, Northeast LA. The CRA. You had to be taken to court. Now, we're confused over in Northeast LA as to what happens in the CRA. This seems to indicate that the courts found that they were inadequate, that the finding of the council was inadequate. I recommend that you accept and pass this one, but you might also provide within the resolution as to what's going to happen now. Are we going to have more public hearings? Are we going to just repeat the same thing? Or what's really going to happen once you rescind all these other things? So, just a point of clarification. It should be a positive as to where we're going rather than what we've done wrong in the past. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Walsh is our next speaker. You have 1 minute left, sir, and then following Mr. Walsh will be Daniel Wright.
John Walsh at Hollywood Highlands, HIGHLANDS.org. New post tomorrow. We're setting it up. This concerns the Central Farmers. Do you remember when you kicked them out? Do you remember the mayor saying, we're going to build a big, big building here. It's going to be a warehouse and there are going to be lots of jobs. Lies, lies, lies. When you steal someone's property, you claim you're going to build something on it, and then you don't build the damn thing. Now, I wish the press would do this, but now you've scared and cowed the press away. HollywoodHighlands.org. And if you want to know what's happening in this city, also go to KRLA, to Kevin James, and you'll hear the truth about what's happening in this city. He doesn't have to come here. You'd kick him out. HollywoodHighlands.org, earth-shattering post starting tomorrow morning. HollywoodHighlands.org. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Just a reminder for our speakers, we have a specific court case that is before us to discuss here. Daniel Wright is it's just the way the Brown Act works, sir. We have to abide by it. It's our legal obligation. Mr. Wright and then Robert Silverstein.
Daniel Wright of the Silverstein Law Firm on behalf of the South Central Farmers, Kramer Metals et al. In this litigation. Council members, you may be asking yourself, why are you being asked to rescind project approvals you made on the Slauson Central project almost 2 years ago? The answer is successful Brown Act litigation. This case is an illustration of what can happen when the CRA and the Council and Councilmember Perry picks on and abuses eminent domain laws on someone other than a small business owner, like, say, Molly's Burgers that you saw earlier today. Our clients have the resources to defend themselves and to vindicate the public interest along the way. In this case, two of our clients, Kramer Metals and M&A Gabay, had obtained from the City Planning Department entitlements to construct a shopping center using private financing and no public subsidy. But the CRA ignored legitimate owner participation rights and then handed the shopping center to the political supporters of Councilmember Perry, concerned citizens of South LA, and an out-of-state Florida developer, Regency Realty. And the CRA proposed to spend approximately $15 million of public subsidy and provide a guaranteed profit to this developer of 19%. Where can any of us today get 19% return on profit? The taxpayers here deserve not only reconsidering this project in the context of the Brown Act violation, but you should completely rethink this project with its 19% guaranteed profit to Regency Realty. Should you be rubber stamping this project again? Should you look at allowing the rightful owners to develop the shopping center as they were prepared to do? Or should you, at a minimum, substantially cut the profit margin? That will be your choice. But right now, Regency Realty will take that 19% profit back to Florida instead of supporting a local business like our clients. For this reason, we support the motion and that this item be sent back to CRA with direction to seriously rethink this project. Thank you for your careful attention.
Thank you. Robert Silverstein is our next speaker.
Thank you. My name is Robert Silverstein. I'm an attorney with the Silverstein Law Firm. I represent Kramer Metals and M&A Gabay. This morning you are invalidating all of the approvals that you made almost 2 years ago for the Slauson Central project because of a court order requiring you to do so. That court order comes from one of several successful lawsuits against the city and the CRA that I have filed. All of those lawsuits are because of problems created by Councilwoman Jan Perry. Jan Perry's failures have caused all of this litigation. We have prevailed against the city and the CRA in our Health and Safety Code lawsuit, in our Public Records Act lawsuit that the CRA took all the way up to the California Supreme Court and lost, and in our Brown Act and City Charter lawsuit, which may cost the city another $1.4 million in attorney fees. Each of those lawsuits could have been avoided had Councilwoman Jan Perry not instigated the CRA to take my client's properties by eminent domain to be handed over to one of Ms. Perry's politically favored developers. Along the way, we have exposed a number of other things that this council is grappling with, including that a quorum must now be physically present here for your votes to occur. And other things will be made public as this litigation continues. Every one of the things you are grappling with is because of the abusive actions of Councilwoman Perry. My clients are fighting for fundamental fairness. They have not had that yet. We will continue to seek that with all means available at our disposal until you, the entire City Council, does the right thing and ensures that my clients, Kramer Metals and M&A Gabay, have just compensation and fundamental fairness. Thank you.
Thank you. Wayne Spindler is our last speaker on this item.
Well, it's a little bit unusual. Normally when we see lawsuits, usually it's a closed session. So I encourage more of that. There's other things on the agenda that are dealing with liability, but you don't let the public have any access to that. I wonder why that is. You know, you have a number of items here with unspecified damages that are agreeing to be settled, and yet, despite the Braun Act, there are many closed sessions on these matters. So this is good that we have an open and vivid debate on this subject, because the court had issued its order, and it's good to see that people were able to fight back against some of this. And I would just recommend that now that they've won, I think these people are serious, and I think you should go ahead and give them what they want and stop the city's further liability in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spindler. There's any council members wishing to be heard on this? Not, let's go ahead and prepare the roll on the motion and tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
That is approved. Next order of business, please.
That does leave the closed session items.
Okay. And that will go in accordance with California state law into the closed executive session to conduct deliberations on two legal matters that are before us. And we'll come back into open session after that to make any announcements on those items or to close the meeting up. Thank you all, and if we can clear the council chambers. We're back in open session. Do we need to take any open session votes on those two? Okay, if we can take
Yes.
the first item, please.
Mr. President, on item 23, there's a recommendation to authorize the city attorney to post a total of $598,595.39 or less payable to the clerk of the United States District Court.
Okay, let's go ahead and open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 eyes.
It's approved. Next item, please.
On item 26, there's a recommendation for settlement in the amount of $1.8 million in the case of Kristen Garay Acivas versus City.
Okay, let's go ahead and open the roll on the settlement. Oh, Mr. Parks? Okay.
All of the...
Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 eyes.
We'll send those forthwith without objection. Colleagues, we have a special meeting that's scheduled for 1:15. There are a number of excuses on the desk. Mr. Cardenas has been excused all day. Mr. Labange has already left, and he was excused. And Mr. Zine and myself are excused right now. That leaves 11 members, but we are finished the business that is here at 12:10. So I would ask folks just to survey, is there anybody who cannot make it from 1:15, besides obviously those who were excused? Is there anybody who cannot be here at 1:15? Okay. Then I would ask that we, after we adjourn this meeting, we could come back at 1:15, please, for the special meeting. And Ms. Perry will lead that meeting, because I'm excused for that time period. And Mr. Parks, did you have
I just want to make sure that we forthwith 23 through 26 on all of them.
Yeah. Okay. All of the closed session items will go forthwith. Are there any announcements, colleagues? Do we have any posting and referral? And
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Let's post those and let's refer those.
There are excuses on the desk. Councilmember Perry requests to be excused Friday, August 13th, to arrive at 11:30 for city business. That meets council policy.
All right, Ms. Perry is excused.
Councilmember Koretz requests to be excused July 27th, to arrive at 1 p.m. for city business. That meets council policy.
He is excused.
And Councilmember Alarcon requests to be excused June 8th for city business. That meets council policy.
Okay, he is excused as well.
That clears the desk.
Mr. Koretz?
Well, I'm not sure if anyone's still watching, but if they are,
of course they are.
I wanted to announce that the food policy advocacy group Hunger Action LA is hosting Hunger Action Day in Los Angeles with an event that begins at 4:30 p.m. on the south lawn of City Hall. And it's an opportunity for community leaders and advocates to get together, share ideas, develop action plans that work towards the goal of ending hunger in Los Angeles. And anyone who's interested in learning more should come out this afternoon or contact Hunger Action LA at 213-388-8228.
Thank you. Mr. Parks?
President, I'd like to invite the community to the CRA South LA Regional Meeting on Wednesday, June the 9th at 12 noon. Our recently appointed CRA Commissioner, Dr. Lula Bolton, will be the guest speaker, and that's at 4401 Crenshaw Boulevard in Los Angeles.
Okay. Any other announcements, colleagues? Do we have any adjourning motions today? Okay, if I can ask everybody to please rise for our adjourning motions. Ms. Hahn will be first, and then Mr. Rosenthal.
Yeah, I'm sad today to adjourn our meeting in the memory of Kathy Green, who has just been such a great, long-time community activist in South Los Angeles. She passed away at St. Francis Hospital in Linwood early yesterday morning. She was 91 and spent her whole life advocating on behalf of her community. I got to know her really well. I guess it was in the late 80s when we sat together on the Martin Luther King Junior Hospital's Community Advisory Board. And she was also appointed as a commissioner by my father, Kenny Hahn, to the LA County Commission on Institution Inspection. But she kind of was just like my first real up-close and personal observance of someone who just fought every single day for her community, for her neighborhood. She was really a community activist, really sort of defining that word, and didn't matter who she went up against. She wanted to make sure that her fellow residents in South LA got a fair shake no matter what the issue was. So she's survived by her 3 children, her sons Steve Green and Raymond Green, her daughter Penny Green. She had 9 grandchildren, and she had 14 great-grandchildren. Her services are still pending. I know Ms.
Was with Mrs. Mobley yesterday, and she mentioned that, and so that would be nice to add our names.
Yes, we will miss Kathy Green. She just...
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Labange made a comment about Dennis Hopper yesterday, but gave me the privilege to make the adjourning motion. A Venice resident, I might add. Dennis Hopper was born May 17, 1936, in Dodge City, Kansas, and spent most of his childhood living on his grandparents' farm. His father served in the Office of Strategic Services during World War II, and his mother managed an outdoor swimming pool in Dodge City. Hopper became his acting debut in Rebel Without a Cause in 1955. He was a Maverick director and co-star of the landmark 1969 counterculture film called Easy Rider. Before I even mention more about that, Rebel Without a Cause, Apocalypse Now, Cool Hand Luke, Giant Hanging Near High, River's Edge, Rumble Fish, Speed, The American Friend, True Grit, and True Romance are just some of the movies he made. As a longtime Venice resident, he's also known as a photographer, an artist, and art collector. When he died on Saturday, it was of complications from prostate cancer. Easy Rider won an award at the Cannes Film Festival for the best movie by a new director and earned co-writer Hopper, Fonda, and Terry Southern an Oscar nomination. He later descended in years of drug and alcohol abuse, but made a comeback in 1986 with his Oscar nomination role in Hoosiers. As an actor, Hopper carved out his own particular niche as what one journalist called a serial portrayer of weirdos, including the maniacal bomber in Speed and the eye-patch-wearing villain with the shaved head in Waterworld. Dennis Hopper passed away at his home of complications on Saturday, May 29th, at the age of 74. He's survived by his wife, children, and 1 grandchild, and his brother David. May he rest in peace. With Tom Labange seconding that.
Thank you. Ms. Hahn, for another one.
Ruth Valdez Mueller, who was the beloved mother of one of our deputy city attorneys, Kurt Mueller. She passed away Tuesday, May 25th, a week ago in RPV. She was kind, gentle, loving lady and was a long-standing member of the San Pedro community. She was a local community activist and longtime participant with the Fish Lunch, just a tradition in the harbor area. Ms. Mueller, as Ruth Valdez, was a civil rights activist in the 1960s and was one of the original named plaintiffs who helped to desegregate the school system in Santa Ana many years ago. Her son, Kurt, is one of the deputy city attorneys who has worked for many years in the San Pedro branch of our city attorney's office. The funeral mass was held today, this morning at 10 a.m. at Holy Trinity Church, and her burial will follow at Green Hills Cemetery. She certainly left a great legacy, and she certainly was probably very, very proud of her son, Kurt.
Thank you. Mr. Krikorian, did you have one? Okay, sir. If we can please call the roll, we'll next be in session at 1:15 for the special meeting. If folks will please come back at 1:15 here in council chambers. This regular meeting of the Los Angeles City Council is adjourned.
Los Angeles Department of Recreation and Parks providing the facility, the Daniel Hernandez Youth Foundation provided the know-how and the materials needed to fish, including poles, reels, and tackles. On top of that, event organizers did most of the dirty work, like cutting up bait.
All we want to do is expose the local kids to fishing. It's hard for them to get up to the mountains or go down the beach and go ocean fishing. It would cost a lot of money. And this is an opportunity to use a resource that's right here in the city, provided by the city for the community.
And there's nothing quite like catching your first fish. The proud expression on this boy's face is what organizers say is the whole point of this fishing derby.
Feel kind of good. Something fun to do. It's really kind of cool too.
And what catching a fish will do for your confidence.
The way they're biting now, I think I can catch a whole lot. I've fished a couple times, but this is my first fish.
Building up kids' self-esteem, one catch at a time. And to learn more about the fishing derby, go to danskids.org. Fishing for youth is just one example of the many things to do here in our city. And here are even more ideas on where to go and what to do. You have until Friday, June 4th, to check out California Art Club's unprecedented exhibition of artwork inspired by Richard Wagner's epic operas, The Ring of the Nibelung. The display of representational paintings and sculptures entitled California Art Club Artists Celebrate the Ring Cycle is being showcased at the Fine Arts Building and 2 other venues. The Fine Arts Building is located at 811 West 7th Street. For more information, go to californiaartclub.org. Great news! If you still haven't visited Chinese American Museum's groundbreaking exhibition about Chinese American cinematic contributions in the Hollywood motion picture industry since the early 1900s, here's your chance. Hollywood Chinese Arthur Dong Collection has been extended for another 6 months run until November 7th. Award-winning filmmaker Arthur Dong shares his personal collection of nearly 200 pieces of classic and contemporary movie memorabilia, including vintage movie posters, lobby cards, film stills, scripts, and a variety of press materials. For more information, go to camla.org/exhibit. And just a skip and a jump from the Chinese American Museum is Union Station. In fact, Union Station is located at the site of LA's first Chinatown. Monica Palayo, a PhD student in history at the University of Southern California and a native Angelino, will be giving a tour on Saturday, June 5th, that explores the different layers of history making up the area now known as Union Station. You'll learn about the contemporary structure built in 1939, the communities in the area, and the many TV shows and movies that have been filmed there. This tour will start at 10 a.m. and will begin at the front entrance to Union Station at 800 North Alameda Street. This event is free but requires an RSVP at thesocalstudio@gmail.com or by calling 213-229-8890. And that's a look at some upcoming things to do. All aboard! Speaking of Union Station, it was full steam ahead recently for the 3rd annual National Train Day celebration held at Union Station. As Yana K reports, hundreds of train lovers, young and old, came out to show their appreciation for the railroad.
Renee Taylor has a special relationship with trains. As a kid, her family would take the train every month from Fullerton to Union Station and then walk across the street for a fun day on Olvera Street.
And at that point, I ended up loving trains, and as you can see, I still love trains.
Amtrak is hosting this National Train Day event at downtown's Union Station as part of several nationwide events. And just like Renee Taylor, many people here have a train story to tell.
And I remember the stories my father would tell about how he came home from the war and who was there to meet him, and it made me cry every time.
Even celebrities like TV show host Hugh Hauser came out to show his support of the railroad.
Not only do they have this rich past like here in Union Station, but more and more people and their families are riding the train not only to work, but on vacations, to see California. There are wonderful things to do on the train.
Highlights included a performance by the USC Marching Band, face painting, and other fun train activities. Awards were also handed out to California residents who are train advocates and who dedicate their time promoting the railroad.
It's real easy to talk about something you love, and passenger rail to me is the future
for not only this nation, but especially Southern California because of the auto congestion.
Amtrak officials say trains are America's future, and it wants to lead the nation in the revitalization and expansion of train service. And a big part of that are American families.
And on trains, people behave a little bit differently. They're relaxed and they're not constrained. They feel like human beings and not like cargo. And camaraderie breaks out.
A camaraderie that Amtrak officials hope will get the entire nation on the right track when it comes to mass transit. I'm Yana Kay for LA This Week.
More than 170 local National Train Day celebrations were held nationwide. And that's going to do it for this edition. Thanks for joining us. I'm Ellen Chang. A reminder that you can catch us online at lacityview.org. We'll see you back here next week for more of LA This Week.
An intersection, so that's why two wrong turns don't make a right turn. Now let's learn about tailgating.
Hey, that's how I got my ticket.
You got a ticket for tailgating? That's not good. That can be really annoying.
Doesn't get you there any faster.
It leaves you no distance to brake.
Which makes it easier to get into a crash.
And it also may increase your insurance premium. And I hate tailgaters.
Tailgating causes crashes. Back off. Watch the road.
You know, it's that time of year again to clear all that annoying dry brush from around your house. In the event of a fire, dry brush is extremely combustible and can explode. By clearing brush 200 feet from your home, you create a barrier, lessening the likelihood of spreading a fire. I'll still be here when you get back! Get the message. Be prepared.
Peaceful Koreatown. My name is Hwang Bae Kim. You watch LA City View, Channel 35. Our city, our channel.
Raw electricity is an awe-inspiring force of nature. We tame it, harness it, and too often take it for granted. Although it increasingly powers our lives, many people simply don't know what it is.
What is electricity? Electricity is pretty much...
Any idea what the scientific definition of it is?
No, I don't know what it is.
Any idea what it actually is?
Maybe, I forgot though. It's been a while since I studied electricity. It's run by, oh man. Oh God.
Electricity is I don't know how to say it. We use it all the time.
In this half hour, we will unveil the mysteries of electricity and show how best to use it safely. Each year, the Safety and Training Division of the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power educates thousands with its presentations.
That's 12,000 volts, it's going to ground. So for example, if we're going to do some work on this house, maybe work on some rain gutters or maybe put up some holiday lights, and we're not being careful where we put this metal conductive ladder, and we lean this ladder up against the weatherhead. That's something that you're going to learn about electricity is it can be your friend or it can be very, very dangerous, and we're going to cover some concepts with that.
Remember these basics. Electricity is at the heart of all matter in the universe. Here, electrons, negatively charged particles, rotate around an atom's nucleus, which has a positive charge. All atoms have electrons. When there's a big enough potential difference in charge, electrons start to flow from one atom to another, a phenomenon we call electricity. Materials vary in how readily they allow electrons to flow. If a current flows easily, the substance is known as a conductor.
In our power system, up in the air, we either use aluminum or we use copper. And those are two very good conductors for us
to let our electricity go to get to you so that you have electricity at your home.
Common conductors include metal and water, especially salt water. Since humans is 70% salt water, people make good conductors too.
Because electricity went through my arm right here, and it blew out a hole on this side and out this knuckle right here and out this knuckle over here.
Poor conductors like glass or rubber have their electrons locked up tightly. We call them insulators.
An insulator is material that will not let electricity flow through it.
That's why electric distribution mechanics who work with electricity wear both rubber gloves and boots. The protection is far from absolute. When an electrical path is completed, it's called a circuit.
You have a light switch over here. It's in the off position. The electricity comes up to the open light switch, and when you close that switch, you complete the circuit to let it go up to the light. And then it goes through the light and back down to the ground, and then back to where it was originally processed from. So you have the circuit, and what you don't want to become is part of the circuit.
Whenever a flow of electrons starts, it will move from excess to deficit, negative charge flowing to positive. Normally, electrons complete the circuit, but if there is a shortcut, electricity will take it. Short circuits are easier paths for electricity to take because the electrons don't pass through a device that uses electrical power, which acts as a resistor. If, for example, conductors touch where they shouldn't, like this penny that melted onto a plug, short circuits can heat up and cause a fire. When given the chance, electricity will always take the shortest path to ground, which is a direct electrical connection to the earth.
But remember that electricity has a relationship to ground, so electricity is always trying to get back down to the ground. What our job is to do is to not let it get back down to the ground.
Somehow I got in contact with that line. It blew me across the sidewalk. I was on fire, and my heart stopped beating. And they came running up, and they found me on the sidewalk. They rolled me, got the fire out, and then they had to give me CPR.
The best thing to do if you want to work on a light or change the light bulb is simply turn the switch off. Go ahead and change the light bulb out, screw it back in, do whatever you got to do, and then flip the switch back on. You're very, very smart. That way there's no electrical hazard, no dangers, right?
How do we make electricity? In a power plant, coal, natural gas, or nuclear fission heats a boiler to produce steam. This spins giant turbines in a magnetic field to produce electricity. Sometimes, as in a dam, water spins the turbines. The Los Angeles Department of Water and Power is committed to generating more than a third of its electricity from green, renewable resources by the year 2020. Electrical power is a factor of the number of electrons per second flowing down the line, which translates to amperage, and the amount of potential energy these electrons have, called voltage. For an analogy, think of a garden hose. The amount of water that flows is like amperage. The pressure is like voltage. The effect of the water is a product of both. Like adjusting the nozzle on a hose, amperage and voltage can be traded back and forth with transformers. Power is a product of both. High voltage alone isn't dangerous. It takes amperage. Both static electricity and piezoelectric cigarette lighters can generate thousands of volts at low amperage. Many generating plants are miles from the urban areas where most electricity is used, so power loss along the lines is a big concern. Maximizing transmission voltage is like increasing water pressure in a hose. It's the best way to push electricity long distance because it minimizes power loss. But the very high voltage coupled with high current makes these power towers some of the most dangerous parts of an electric grid. The higher the voltage, the greater the potential for electrons to leak through insulators. Rubber gloves and boots are no protection from this much electricity. The best insulator here is plenty of space. Give transmission lines and towers a wide berth. Once in the city, electricity is stepped down twice, at receiving stations, then at neighborhood distributing stations. All these stations are plainly marked with warning signs and should be avoided. Balls lost here should be abandoned.
No, come on down from there. No, you can't go up there. That's high voltage.
Sometimes a phone call can get it back.
Yeah, the ball went over the fence.
Distributing stations send power across the city to local utility poles at 4,800 volts. Here again, airspace is the best protection. Take a look at this typical pole. The lowest lines are for telephone or cable television signals, pushing along at just a few volts or less with very low amperage. But at the top, these poles still handle high voltage electricity with enough power to injure or kill somebody who gets too close. 1 out of 5 construction deaths is caused by electrocution. Let's follow these lines up the pole. Directly above the lowest level communication lines, you'll find those for secondary voltage, 120 to 240 volts. Further up the pole, you'll find primary voltage of 4800 volts. At the top of the pole, you'll find high voltage subtransmission lines carrying up to 34,500 volts. A close look shows that these top lines aren't insulated. Why can birds perch on them?
So the one thing the bird can't do is the bird can't touch a live power line at the same time and something that's grounded, or he becomes a path for electricity to get back down to ground. So for example, this energized wire right here, and the pole is grounded. So the bird cannot touch here and there at the same time.
In fact, you don't even have to touch a power line. If you get close enough and the voltage is high enough, the electricity will arc.
I was working on some underground power lines, 4,800 volts. Maybe it just arced over and got me.
The best protection here is distance.
I wasn't doing anything wrong, and I got nailed. I've had several surgeries. In fact, I've had 87 surgeries. It was a long road. And Chuck, the guy I was with, he died. I mean, and he wasn't doing anything wrong either. It should have never happened.
For power lines of 50,000 volts or less, keep at least 10 feet away. If you're not sure, stay at least 18 feet away. At higher altitudes, because the air is thinner, you have to add more space.
People that don't work with electricity, I think they make a lot of mistakes. And I think they cut corners, and they aren't as safe as they ought to be.
There's rules that are put into place to keep you safe. If you take shortcuts or don't follow those rules, it's like playing Russian roulette. It's nothing to goof around with.
Before beginning work, construction workers who have to labor close to electric lines should locate and identify what kind of power the wires carry. So if you're building near power lines, make arrangements with the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power to move or de-energize them. It's not enough to maintain personal airspace. All equipment has got to keep the same safe distance, whether it is scaffolding or handheld construction material. It's not just good safety, it's the law.
It's a dangerous job. A lot of the work is extremely physical, and, you never can tell.
Antenna or dish installers should make sure that there's plenty of space below overhead lines. At least double the antenna height so that if it falls, it won't hit the line. This model shows you why. Install in dry weather, not when it's raining. If equipment is stored under power lines, signs should warn workers that there's danger overhead.
Our power lines can actually fall down and they can remain energized. So you don't know whether they're safe or not. Sometimes they hiss and sometimes they arc and spark and sometimes they don't. But what you guys need to do is you need to remember that that power line is always energized.
Construction workers or drivers whose vehicles accidentally come in contact with a power line should stay put. At the moment, your tires are acting as insulators.
Oh, geez. Power lines.
So you're safe. It's vital not to touch both the vehicle and ground simultaneously. Coworkers should keep away, even if the circuit seems dead after contact. Circuit breakers try to reset automatically every 30 seconds before locking out after 2 attempts. If you can, try to break contact by inching your vehicle back from the wires, or call 911 to get the line moved. If someone is forced to abandon his vehicle, it's important to remember that making a bridge between ground and charged equipment could prove fatal. Victims should not simply step away. Instead, they should fold arms and jump, landing with both feet together. No part of the body should touch the vehicle while jumping from it, or later. If you touch it again, you'll be electricity's path to ground. Once the vehicle is cleared, it's time to do a shuffle along the ground to avoid making an arc with any residual charge. Be sure to warn all emergency responders that the car is energized. Anybody who makes contact with the power line should report the incident to the Department of Water and Power at 1-800-DIAL-DWP. Unseen damage could down the line later. Downed electric lines rate a 911 call. If they're sagging noticeably, call 311. A metal fence can become electrified by a live power line falling on it. You might not even see the point of contact, but the fence could still be as dangerous as that around a prison.
Not only will it energize that one piece of chain link, but it'll energize the whole fence line. Let's take a look. Same thing, electricity trying to get back down to ground through his feet, and that's the situation we don't want to be in. We had an accident where a crane backed into a power line, and the back end of the crane was actually touching the fence. And the boom came in contact with the wire, but he wasn't aware of it. And the guy's sitting in the crane, and it had energized the whole fence. And a construction worker came to unlock the gate, and it actually killed him. It was very, very sad.
If you don't have a conviction, solid conviction in your heart, I want to go home tonight. I want to see my family. If you don't have that conviction, then you're not going to work safe. You're going to cut a corner. 75%, 80% of the time, you get away with it. But it's not worth that one time you don't get away with it. And you get bit. And you know what? People don't go home. The guy that I was with didn't go home. I didn't go home for 3.5 months after my accident. He never went home.
Children have to be especially careful with electricity. Compared to adults, kids are more vulnerable.
If you guys are going to be flying kites close to power lines, you want to make sure kite stays away from the power lines. He got his kite maybe caught up in the power line, and it starts to arc, right? And it's going to go back down that string, and it can actually hurt Franklin.
Mylar balloons pose a greater electric hazard than kites because the silvery coating acts as a conductor. If they get caught by power lines, they can arc, causing intense heat that can short a transformer, knock power lines down, and damage home appliances. Recently, downtown Oakland had a Valentine's Day power outage. In Los Angeles, a major shopping mall lost electricity when Mylar balloons got into nearby power lines. State law requires that metallic balloons be sold with weights, but they are often detached. Climbing a tree is a lot of fun, but it's not safe if a power line runs through it.
This tree has actually come in contact with one of our power lines. These power lines don't have a plastic insulation on them like these do that protects them from you coming in contact with them. And the reason why is this power line gets pretty heavy. So what happens is they leave the insulation off because it would get heavier and heavier and heavier and heavier, right, if they had all that weight up there. The other thing we got to do is we got to dissipate a little bit of our heat. Our system generates heat when it flows through the wires, and we want to dissipate some of that heat.
Tree sap and rain can act as conductors, making children the path to ground. This is the last place you want to build a treehouse. If you have no trees in your neighborhood, don't be tempted to climb utility poles instead. Leave this to the pros. They never climb without personal protective equipment. The risks multiply with the number of power lines on a pole. Keep model airplanes, shoes, rockets, and kites away.
Tennis shoes, stuff like that, all kinds of stuff that gets thrown up into the power lines. And a lot of people think that they can go knock that stuff down. So they grab a broom, and they're standing on the ground, and they try to knock that stuff back down. Now, if the broom is made out of wood, can the electricity come down that? Yeah. We just learned that wood will conduct electricity, right? So that's not a smart idea. And we even see some accidents where people use metal pull brooms. So the best thing to do is call us on the 311 system and tell us where your location is, and we'll come get that stuff down, and we'll leave it at the base of the pole, or you can dial 1-800-DIAL-DWP.
Once power gets close to customers, the highest voltage is stepped down for homes and businesses by transformers. These are mounted on a pole. Throwing rocks or shooting guns at transformers or insulators is asking for trouble. If you ever notice fluid leaking from a transformer, report it for hazardous material cleanup. Don't try it yourself. Pad-mounted transformers are at ground level in locked metal cases. Never pry them open or dig near them. If you find one unlocked, call DWP. Children shouldn't play on or around them. When building a fence near one, leave at least 12 feet of clearance on the side that opens and 3 feet around the other sides. If you see pad mounts in a neighborhood without utility poles, it's a good bet that power is distributed underground. You can't see them, don't know that they're there, but power lines below can be just as dangerous as those above. Never assume that you're safe. Diggers should always call ahead of time to check for the presence of local power cables. Diggers should give advance notice by calling this toll-free number, 1-800-227-2600. Be sure to specify the exact location of the intended excavation. You're not just forestalling a possible electrical outage, you could be preventing electric shock and its severe consequences.
I remember the pain just so unbearable. And it made me really think, why do we do what we do, and to be careful.
When power reaches the home, homeowners are responsible for electrical safety. Aluminum ladders are light and easy to lift, but they make superb conductors and a great path to ground. While painting or cleaning gutters, ladders should be kept away from electrical wires.
I was leaning on something and I created ground through my chest right at the point of contact. That gave me a pretty good shock, more than anything else I had ever felt. It was only 120 volts, but it got me pretty good.
More people actually get killed with 120 volts than they do, around the voltages we encounter. But obviously, there's a lot more opportunities.
Fiberglass ladders are insulators. They are a safer choice than aluminum or even wood. Keep in mind that water and electricity don't mix. All outdoor outlets, lighting fixtures, and bulbs should be weatherproof. Don't use electrical equipment like saws or hedge trimmers on wet plants or damp grass. It's a good idea to operate electrical gear wearing rubber-soled shoes instead of going barefoot. Still, rubber soles only help with low voltage under ideal conditions. Don't trim trees yourself if power lines run through them.
What a lot of people don't realize is trees actually absorb moisture out of the ground, so they're full of moisture, and they absorb minerals from the ground, so they're actually a conductor of electricity. So not only is the hazard this wire itself, but actually the leaves and the tree branches can become a hazard too. Let's take a look. We'll call this guy Doofus. Doofus has a metal trimming rod in his hand. They still use these in northern parts of California, not so much in the city of Los Angeles anymore. These fiberglass pruners are a lot better option. Let's take a look. Doofus comes up, wants to trim this tree, doesn't look up and live. Comes in contact with the tree branch, and it takes that electricity back down to the ground. Remember, we were teaching the concept that electricity is always trying to get back down to the ground where it was generated from. Let's take a look. It goes right through his feet, actually, back down to the ground. It's the same thing as if they were coming in contact with this power line. Goes right back out the ground.
In the past decade, the DWP has stepped up its tree pruning efforts. The program does more than promote public safety. It helps keep power flowing. Today, there are far fewer power outages caused by tree limbs falling in storms. If your trees are growing too close to power lines, call DWP to have the branches cut safely. All extension cords should be designed for outdoor use and grounded. Be sure to check them periodically for wear or frayed insulation.
We actually had a fatality that happened several years ago where a young 16-year-old kid just got done washing his car. And he wanted to vacuum the inside of it, so he grabbed a cord out of the garage, plugged the cord into the garage, plugged in the vacuum cleaner, and the cord looked like that. And he actually flipped the vacuum cleaner on, and he's standing barefooted in the driveway.
Pools and hot tubs demand a lot of caution. The biggest risks come from faulty underwater lighting, aging wiring, and pumps that aren't grounded. Be cautious of building pools near electrical lines, and when it's time to clean, keep aluminum handles far away. Don't take electrical appliances poolside. If this blender falls in, this drink could give a fatal kick. The best protection is to make sure that all outdoor equipment is protected by ground fault circuit interrupters. A GFI is a smart circuit breaker that continually monitors all wires going to a circuit. If any current starts to flow to ground, the breaker trips. It's specifically designed to prevent electricity from flowing through a person. If you used one with a faulty hairdryer, it would react so quickly that you wouldn't even charge a hair. Before installing, don't forget to kill power to the entire circuit.
I didn't want to turn off any more breakers because I didn't know if they would turn back on, so I decided to replace the rest of the switches and receptacles while it was hot. Being careful, but I still got shocked. You know that you touched electricity, and that's just 120 volts. I've never touched anything stronger than that, and I sure hope I never do.
If you're a homeowner and you're trying to change a light fixture or something like that, shut off those breakers and test them.
you should be in a pool, on a lake, or by the beach when a thunderstorm hits, get away from the water. Lightning runs to ground along the best conductor it finds. Don't be that conductor. A lightning strike can deliver 1 million volts and 30,000 amps. Take shelter in a house or cabin, unless the roof is metal, or in a car where you're insulated from ground by your vehicle's tires. If you happen to be playing golf, don't turn yourself into a lightning rod with a metallic club in hand.
I would get off that golf course as quickly as possible and try and stay away from those golf clubs. I know Lee Trevino, the golfer, he was on a course one time and was struck by lightning. And I know if you've ever seen him on TV, if there's any rain in the area, he immediately drops his gloves and runs away.
With lots of golfers and thunderstorms, Florida leads the nation in lightning strikes on humans. If you're caught in the open, don't hide under a tree. Take the thunderstorm lying down. You'll get wet but survive. Sitting is better than standing. Lightning will reach for the highest point when it strikes. You want to get low. Why is electricity so dangerous to humans? Simply put, the parts of our bodies communicate with electricity. From the beating of our hearts to the firing synapses of our brains, every aspect of our biology is controlled by electrical impulses that race down our neural pathways. Just 90 milliamps can disrupt the beating of our hearts. As little as 1/10 of an amp of house current can kill us. If you come across somebody touching the fallen power line, keep away.
Power's off.
Don't assume that a down line is a dead line. If you try to pull a shock victim away before the power is off, you could become electrocuted yourself. Disconnect the source of the power. If you can't turn it off, use an insulator like a towel or broom handle to pull the victim from the power source.
John! Dave's down! Call 911!
If it's a high voltage wire, call for emergency help.
Here's a guy on the creek we were all friends with. And I yelled for my tool buddy to go call 911.
Once the victim is clear, check his breathing. If he is not drawing in air and you are trained in CPR, apply cardiopulmonary resuscitation.
Set him down onto the ground, started administering CPR. We were in a real remote location, and I continued CPR for about 15-20 minutes. My buddy relieved me at that point and continued CPR for a while, and I went back and gave it to him again when he got tired. And after about 25 minutes, the fire department showed up, thanked us, and said, go sit down, we'll take care of it from here.
In case of an electrical burn, look for signs of shock where the victim is cold and clammy with a rapid pulse. To treat for shock, keep the victim lying down and covered to prevent loss of body heat. Electrical burns can be deceptive. They can go right through a body, leaving both an entry and exit wound. They can look minor on the outside, but be severe inside. Don't apply grease or oil to the injury. Simply cover it with a sterile dry dressing and get medical help.
Knowing CPR is a rewarding thing. It's good not only at your job, but around your house and with your family members, all the people that are important to you. Hopefully I never have to use it again. but it is comforting knowing that I do have those skills.
With a bit of foresight, we can continue to enjoy the myriad benefits of electric power while keeping safe. This is Paul Suchecki for LA City View 35.
Nina, Marisol, Trish, Shauna, Nina Ray, Christy, Mike Balboa, Cornetta, Studio
Eagle Rock,
Silver Lake,
Mount Washington,
Koreatown,
Sherman Oaks,
Hollywood, San Pedro.
You know, the 7th Council District is known for quite a few things, but we are very proud to now be known to have the National Silver Glove Champion in the 14 and 15-year-old category, 95-pound weight class, and that is Trinidad Emilio Sanchez, the National Silver Glove Champion in boxing.
My name is Trinidad Emilio Sanchez, and I'm from Pacoima, California. I started boxing when I was 12 years old. Oscar De La Hoya inspired me because he won the U.S. Olympics. My goal of boxing is to enter the 2012 Olympics, and then after that, go pro.
If you're wearing an Full Team LPD JP program, this is one of the facilities from El Valle, San Fernando.
Jeopardy gets kids from the court, and we just help them out, stay out of trouble.
So we check those kids from the street, you know, for the bad activities, and we put in and do positive, you know, positive activities.
I see a lot of kids that could be something, and they just need an opportunity, and that's why I'm here to assist the coach and, you know, give the kids a good workout.
Any kid to come right here and have the opportunity to do boxing. All these kids that you see right here, they are very serious. They learn, respect themselves, respect others.
Well, they get respect and most of all, confidence for themselves.
Their lowest thing go up, you know, go up because they start to believe in themselves. His discipline, his respect, the respect that he's giving to me, it's wonderful.
Hard worker and very disciplined, and he takes boxing seriously.
So what do you think about either the gangs activities or whatever, the negative? Oh no, you know what, I don't like it, and you know, blah blah blah, you know, so I prefer staying boxing, or you know, what is cool.
My name is Trinidad Emilio Sanchez, and I'm the face of LA.
Hey, Maddie, Taylor, what's going on with you two?
Hey, what's up with you?
Madison, what's wrong? You can't say hi to an old friend?
Yeah, of course, Kevin. What's up? Life treating you well these days?
Yeah, life is good. Oh, I finally broke it off with Christina. It took me a while, but she kept being so sad and wanting to get together. I had enough. Just wasn't into her anymore, you know?
Oh, and I thought the two of you were going to get married. You were always together.
No, that's not the case at all. I mean, she was always hanging around me, and she would not take no for an answer. I've been trying to break it off for a while, but you know, she's cute. You know, they don't help with the situation.
Okay, class, let's get working. Our deadline is 2 weeks away. I want you to get started on your assignments, cutting, pasting, whatever your assignments are. Let's just get started, okay?
Hi, Miss James. I was wondering if I could help out with the yearbook.
Oh, absolutely, Christina. We need all the help we can get right now. Go ahead and start with Taylor and Madison with pictures and cutting and stuff, and I'll give you something to do in a little while.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Kevin.
Christina, what are you doing in here?
I just wanted to be with you. Besides, I think this class will be fun and creative.
Okay, but we're not together. I'm not with you and you're not with me. We broke up.
Did you get my last text? You just need to see me every day after school. You'll change your mind.
Yeah, I got your text. All 100 of them. And I text you back. I'm not interested.
Wow, she's really into him. Taylor, she just really cares for Kevin. When someone likes you that much, they want to be with you all the time. Just like me and Jason. Jason loves me so much that he wants to be with me all the time. I think it's sweet. And I think it's weird. If someone breaks up with you, then you should take it, not go around stalking the person hoping to get back with them. It's just like that time that you wanted to break up with Jason, but he wouldn't let you. It's just like my Aunt Jackie. She had this boyfriend, right? She broke up with, but he wouldn't take no for an answer. So one night, when she was walking up the stairs to her apartment, he saw her, and he started crying and pleading for her to take him back, and she still said no. And you know what? He beat her up really bad. So you should take this thing kind of seriously, you know? I mean, just last month in 17 magazine, there was this article about a girl going through the very same thing. It was all about power and control and how the guy thought he owned her or something like that. Too weird for me. Jason would never do something like that to me. And besides, he's not trying to control me. I thought I wanted to break up with Jason, but then he listened and he changed. He even started crying, saying that I was the best thing that had ever happened to him. Jason needs me. It's like Christina needs Kevin. Yeah, and he texts you like 1,000,000 times in one day, and he tries to be so possessive over you about what you eat. I think it's strange, Madison, and it's too weird for me.
Christina, hey, come sit here. I'll show you what we're doing for today.
Don't let it bother you, dude. She's psycho, you know what I mean?
Yeah, totally know what you mean.
Come on, class. Less talking, more working. We have a deadline.
So, how's photography going with you and Justin?
Oh, it's going really well. We're meeting up today after school to take more pictures.
He's pretty cute. You guys have been spending a lot of time together.
Justin, we're just friends. We work really well together. Jason, I wasn't expecting to see you here today. I thought we had plans for tomorrow.
We do, but I missed you. I wanted to see you. I got lunch. Is he hungry?
Well, I did tell Taylor that I would meet her for lunch today.
If he really loved me, he'll come with me.
Okay, let's go. I'll just text Taylor and tell her I'll see you tomorrow in school. Ooh, I'm starving. Smells like you got us some cheeseburgers.
Actually, Madison, I don't think you should eat cheeseburger. But I got you salad.
Oh. Yeah, you're right. So, Jason, I am so excited that I signed up for the yearbook class. I'm having such a great time. Miss James is just the bomb. She has the best ideas. Well, for a teacher and all.
So you seem really excited about this yearbook thing. Who else is in the class?
A lot of cool people like Brittany, James, Sarah, Christina, and, oh, that guy Alex, who's in every play. And, oh, Justin from the basketball team. Have you seen his work? He takes such great pictures.
I told the vanilla. You said Justin? Didn't he have a thing for you last year?
I don't think so. We've always just been friends.
I remember him staring at you in every class. Wasn't he on your Facebook a long time before I was?
Jason, I don't remember him checking me out. And besides, I have a lot of friends on my Facebook.
I don't care. I don't know this guy. I don't want you working with him.
Jason, we don't hang out. We're just working on the
I don't care. I don't want you working with him. Okay?
Fine, fine. Just don't raise your voice, okay? I'll fix it. All right? No problem. Just please don't get mad.
That's the way it should be. I'm your boyfriend. Let's eat.
Hey, Steve. You're here late today. What's going on? Anything happening this weekend? Any parties I need to know about?
Hey, Sarah, no, I'm just chilling. I had to furnish that friggin' paper, so I know, I just got out of the library, but I haven't heard of any parties or anything. I'll definitely keep you posted.
Nice.
Why? You got a hot friend you want me to hang out with this weekend?
Oh, you mean Chloe? Yeah, I know you like her. I think she thinks you're hot too, so. Actually, she should be coming this way. We're in yearbook and class just ended, so.
Yeah, Chloe. All the guys think she's hot. She's pretty cool. I like her.
Yeah, every guy. Well, anyway, I gotta go. I have so much homework to finish tonight. I was up late last night texting with Taylor. She thinks that Jason and Madison are having issues, and I think Taylor's just going way too far. I don't know. But if I see Chloe, I'll let her know you're looking for her. If not, I'll just see you later.
All right, cool. I'll see you this weekend.
Bye.
Bye.
I mean, you were telling me to show you. I was so embarrassed. Hey, Steve, what are you doing here?
Yeah, Steve, what are you doing here?
Hey, guys, I was just hanging out, waiting for the hot yearbook staff to show up.
Oh, we are hot. Hey, Steve, do you want to go down to Starbucks? I really need to break. And I have a ton of homework to do tonight, so you down?
Oh, I can't go with you guys. I have to watch my sister tonight because my mom has class. I'd love to go, though. Maybe next time?
Yeah, we'll do it next time for sure.
All right. Well, you boys don't have too much fun without me, and I'll see you tomorrow, Alex.
Bye, Chloe.
What was that?
What?
Is there something going on between you and Chloe that I should know about?
Come on, Alex. I don't want everyone to know that you and I are together. It's a game. I'm playing it straight. Chloe's cute, but I'm really into you. You know that.
I know, but it's annoying, and I can't stand watching you pretend to like Chloe. I mean, when you're gay, It's time to come out.
Alex, we have been over this and over this. I really don't want to get into it today. Can we just go? I've got to be home soon. I have very limited time.
Okay, but we're going to finish this discussion. I want to settle this once and for all. Okay, Steve?
Hey, guys. Everything okay? Look a little ticked off there, Alex. Hey, I don't have to break up a fight over a girl, do I?
No, yeah, you're right, Mr. Cooper. She's definitely not worth it.
Yeah.
You can have her.
Good. That's better, isn't it? That's the way it should be. Come on, you're friends. That's better, guys. That's what I want to hear. All right. Hey, by the way, don't be late today, okay, Steve? I got crunch time for college deadlines, so be there on time.
Yes, sir.
All right? Keep it going, guys. Keep up the good work.
All right.
All right.
Bye, Mr. Cooper.
See you guys.
That was close, man. I thought he was going to overhear us. Now, can we just please get off campus?
Look, we are going to finish this discussion, and I don't care who hears us.
Hey, Maddie. Come here. Hey, Maddie. Aren't these pictures the bomb? Yeah, nice. Hey, I got your text yesterday. So where'd you eat lunch? Jason said he missed me, so he brought us lunch. He's so sweet. So did you eat here on campus? Yeah, it was nice. And did you get that cheeseburger you were craving? No, I had a salad. A salad? I like salads. They're healthy. Dude, whatever. Maddie, why are you so tense? It's like you're waiting for someone to walk through the door. I just really need to talk to Miss James. She's late, and I need to talk to her about the project. Why? You don't want to take pictures anymore or something? No, it's not that. I have a life too, and I wish she'd hurry up and get here because she's never late like this. Relax, okay? She's late sometimes, but she always comes. Gosh, you're freaking out for nothing.
Okay, class, settle down. I brought the layout papers. Madison, Taylor, did you bring your disc today?
Yeah, I have my stuff.
Good, because I want to put the pictures on the disc and get the layouts going today, too.
Miss James, can I talk to you for a minute?
Yeah, but we have a lot of work to do.
Can we step outside?
Sure. What's the matter, Madison? You're not yourself today.
Miss James, I really need you to put me on another project. I don't want to do photography anymore.
Another project? You and Justin are the best photographers we've got. Did you two get in an argument?
No, it's nothing like that. I don't want to do photography anymore. I want to learn something new.
Madison, that's not like you. Photography is your passion. Remember, you've been talking about college courses, and you're just the best photographer, and the yearbook is the best because of you. Besides that, we are on a deadline, and everybody's already got so much to do.
Yes, I know, okay? But if you can't find me another project, then I'm just going to have to drop the class.
Okay, Madison. I need you. We'll see what we can do. Is there anything else you want to talk about?
City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
Special council meeting, and
Mr. Alarcon, Ms. Hahn, Mr. Huizar, Mr. Koretz, Mr. Parks, Mr. Reyes, and Mr. Wesson, if you would please come to the council chamber immediately so that we will have a quorum for the special meeting. It is 1:15 p.m. and the meeting is scheduled to start at 1:15 p.m. Thank you, Mr. Wesson. Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl, Mr. Smith. Thank you, Mr. Reyes. We are now at 5 members. Mr. Reyes is present. We're now at 5 members. Mr. Reyes, thank you very much. Still waiting for Mr. Alarcon and Ms. Hahn. Thank you, Mr. Parks. We're now at 6 members. Still waiting for waiting for Mr. Alarcon, Ms. Hahn, Mr. Huizar, and Mr. Koretz. Mr. Alarcon, Ms. Hahn, Mr. Huizar, Mr. Koretz. We're at 6 members. Thank you very much, Mr. Zine. We are now at 7 members. Mr. Alarcon, Ms. Hahn, Mr. Huizar, and Mr. Koretz. Members, so we can begin the meeting. Scheduled to start at 1:15 p.m. It is now 1:20 p.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles City Council. Today is June 2nd, 2010, the Los Angeles Council. Members to begin the meeting. Mr. Koretz is here. All right, we can. Fine. Let's go live. Thank you very much, everyone. This is the special meeting for the Los Angeles City Council. Today is June 2nd, 2010. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll. We have a quorum now.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Hahn, Weezer, Koretz, Krikorian, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti. 10 members present and a quorum, Madam President.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, what is the item before us?
This is a one-item agenda, item 27, and it is a closed session item.
All right, before we do that, Mr. Rosendahl, there are cards on this item, both for and against. How would you like to handle that?
What I'd like to do is as in a public forum, ask the city attorneys to describe what the story is before the public speaks, and then if there's 8 cards, are there 8 cards?
Okay, total of 8 cards.
Total of 8 cards, and give them each an opportunity for 2 minutes to speak.
Okay,
There's
that
8
will. All right, you would be at risk of losing your quorum. You may
We'll
want to
move
shorten that to 1 minute per
and
person.
if the city attorney's office could explain the issue.
Oh, hold on just a second, Mr. Rosendahl. I want to make it clear. If you go 2 minutes each, you...
16 minutes.
Okay, it's your decision.
How many minutes? It's a total of 60 minutes. There's 8 people here. You want 1 minute each?
Why don't you do 1 minute each?
1 minute's fine then.
Great,
That's good.
Thank you.
If that's how the people...
All right,
Wait a minute.
great. All right,
No.
fine.
Look.
Thank you.
Okay. I'd like to give them up to 2 minutes. If they can get it done in 1 minute, fine, which would be...
Well, it seems to me that the members of the audience members have expressed an interest in
Valerie,
1
come on
minute
up to
each. Why don't we do that so we can preserve your quorum? We have the city attorney here at the middle table, so would you like for her to speak first?
If you can do a couple of minute presentation, just to frame it, what we're dealing with here as a council.
Good afternoon. I am Assistant City Attorney Valerie Flores, and I have with me here today Alan Willis from the Department of Transportation. I would like to briefly describe the terms of the settlement. Because we are in open session, I won't be talking much about the litigation, but if you have questions, we can go into closed session, and I'm happy to elaborate on the confidential report that we sent over several weeks ago. By way of a brief background, for many years the Venice community has been complaining about overcrowded streets, blight, and crime. A lot of the concerns seem to stem from homeless people who were living in their vehicles. And the problem in Venice was exacerbated by 2 problems. One is that as a beach community, the streets are narrow, and also the neighboring beach communities currently have overnight parking restrictions. And so for people who live in their vehicles, Venice has become a gathering place, and the city of Venice and the Venice residents are shouldering a lot of that burden. So back in 2005 and again in 2007, the City Council, at the request of the Venice Neighborhood Council and various Venice residents, adopted overnight parking restrictions, limiting overnight parking to only residents during the hours of 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. Afterward, the California Coastal Commission exerted jurisdiction over the overnight parking restrictions. So the city applied to the Coastal Commission for coastal development permits, but in June of 2009, the California Coastal Commission denied the coastal development permits. That prompted the Venice Stakeholders Association to sue the Coastal Commission and also the city, and the city joined the lawsuit by filing a cross-complaint against the Coastal Commission, challenging the Coastal Commission's jurisdiction over the city's imposition of overnight parking restriction in its own boundaries. Because the city's cross-complaint challenged directly the California Coastal Commission's jurisdiction, this provided an impetus for the Coastal Commission to agree to engage in settlement discussions about imposing overnight parking restrictions in Venice. And so after negotiations, which were handled by Alan Willis in the lead for the city, did a very good job, working with the Coastal Commission staff very closely and cooperatively. The parties did come to terms on a settlement. The Coastal Commission has already approved the settlement in closed session. And the basic terms of the settlement would be that the California Coastal Commission at its next meeting here in the Los Angeles area, which is June 10th, will reconsider the city's coastal development permit to impose overnight parking restrictions in Venice. But the Coastal Commission did want some mitigation, so I'm going to describe briefly what that was. The main mitigation requested by the Coastal Commission was they wanted the city to first try alleviating the congestion in Venice through the imposition of an oversized vehicle restriction. Many of the people who live in their vehicles do so in campers and very large vehicles. And so it might be the case that if the city posts oversized vehicle restrictions, that there will be enough relief for the Venice residents that they won't need to go the additional step of getting overnight parking restrictions. And so the way that the coastal development permits will work, if they're granted by the Coastal Commission next week, is if any given block has had posted for 6 months an oversized vehicle restriction, and that still does not alleviate the residents' concerns, that block by a 2/3 vote can petition the city to establish an overnight parking restriction on that same block. Another significant mitigation factor requested by the Coastal Commission involves increasing availability of parking and turnover in the city-owned lots in Venice so that people wanting to come to the beach will be able to find parking. There are 3 lots involved, and in order to increase turnover, the city is going to be required to charge for parking in those lots. Currently, at night, the lots are free for people to park in, but the Coastal Commission wants all those lots to be continually used and available, so they will require the city to start charging a minimal amount of parking fee for those lots. Now, there are some detractors to the settlement, and so I did want to briefly address some of those issues. There is a lot of concern by the homeless, about where they might be able to, live in their cars. Currently, of course, living in your vehicle is illegal under city law, but it happens. It's an unfortunate fact of life. But the sheer numbers of homeless people living in their vehicles in Venice is seemingly overwhelming the Venice residents because of the narrow streets and really the lack of facilities. So the city is working, I know the council office is working diligently to find solutions where there can be provisions for the homeless who do need to live in their car, services, job services, public facilities, restrooms, showers, health services. But the homeless, the sheer number of homeless in Venice now really can't be accommodated well by the Venice community. And another source of opposition may be some Venice residents who've become accustomed to parking for free in some of the city lots in Venice. And the city is hopeful that by the nature of this settlement, more free parking will open up on Venice streets. And so we're hopeful that there will be plenty of parking once first the oversized vehicle restrictions come into place, and then if that doesn't work, the overnight parking restrictions. Also, a couple last aspects of the settlement. Each side will agree to bear their own legal fees, so if you adopt the settlement today, the city will never be responsible for the Coastal Commission's or the Venice residents' legal fees. And also, we have preserved for the city the ability to challenge the Coastal Commission jurisdiction in the future if the need ever arises, because we've only agreed to dismiss our lawsuit without prejudice.
Thank you. We have one speaker in the queue, Mr. Koretz.
Yeah, just one question. The idea of making it more difficult to park overnight in the city's parking lots, wouldn't that exacerbate rather than alleviate the problem? Wouldn't the ideal be to get more of those folks to park in city parking lots overnight rather than taking residents parking on the street?
Alan Willis from Department of Transportation. It's not making it more difficult. What they wanted us to do was to impose a time limit, a 4-hour time limit, instead of no time limit at night, so we can shorten the stay for people and at the same time charge to increase turnover. What that does, what they were concerned about was not only providing a place for the people to go during the 3 or 4 hours when their parking would be restricted on the streets, but also to make sure that they didn't just go and move there and stay there all night long, and then anybody coming to the beach early in the morning would not have a place to park. So it's creating a place where they can park during the restrictions, but not stay all night long. And so it gets a turnover of spaces.
So are they thinking that people having 4 hours to sleep solves the problem?
They've actually required us to create some 12-hour parking spaces, but not that many, but some 12-hour parking spaces on 2 of the lots.
Well, obviously this is, Councilmember Rosenthal's problem and issue. I'm just wondering if this settlement makes the problem better or worse, or in some ways makes it better, in some ways makes it worse. Doesn't sound like it's the ideal solution.
Well, it's really a balance between the interests of the Coastal Commission in ensuring beach access for people who drive down to Venice need to park in order to enjoy the beach, and the desire of the city to make sure that the Venice residents have safe, available parking, and that the streets are available for others visiting.
Well, I'm going to go along with whatever the overall approach is to take your best shot at solving it. It just seems to me like if you don't restrict the public parking carefully, you're going to wind up forcing people out of the parking lots and back onto the streets where the problem is. So the ideal seems to me to make it more available to people that are taking street parking from the residents and making it easier for them to park in those parking lots during the nighttime hours. And charging them, if they're homeless, obviously keeps them out of those parking lots, which doesn't sound like what we're trying to do. We're ideally trying to keep them in those parking lots for a few hours and off the streets.
I think the goal would be to have the homeless people live in their vehicles, parking in areas where there are services available for them, not necessarily in beach parking lots.
And are there places provided where there are services for them?
As I said, we're working closely with the council office on some proposals to do just that.
Mr. Perez, if you could press your button again. Mr. Reyes is our next speaker, then Mr. Rosendahl, then Mr. Zine. And Mr. Rosendahl, just be cognizant of the quorum issues. I'm trying to get another council member down here so you don't lose quorum.
I know we have 25 minutes left, but without, how can I put this? What are the salient jurisdictional issues here when you talk about one entity, the Coastal Commission, the city's ability to determine its policy and how it impacts its space? Could you speak to that without going to closed session?
Yes, because there are, I can repeat the allegations in our cross-complaint against the Coastal Commission. And we had several theories, but our main theory was that there's a particular provision in the California Vehicle Code 22507.5, which expressly provides that a local government may regulate parking within its boundaries. And the city's cross-complaint argued that that express provision prevailed and governed over the more general provision regarding Coastal Commission jurisdiction over beach areas and development in beach areas. But again, that's a novel theory, so we think this settlement will preserve our ability to raise that in the future, but will allow relief in the Venice area in the interim.
I just wanted to put that out on the table because it is about how we as a city manage our coastal communities. And so how we move on this particular case could have implications in the future and how we establish a precedent in moving these types of policies.
Mr. Zine.
If we have a clear distinction between city proprietary and the Coastal Commission. Highway Patrol, Caltrans handles the freeways, clearly defined. I don't see that we've clearly defined that we have the right or they have the right. It seems kind of cloudy.
Hence the lawsuit, you're correct. And so, again, the issue, we are resolving the specific issue about what to do in Venice in connection with this settlement, but we are leaving for another day the broader issue of whether the Coastal Commission has the jurisdiction over the city's imposition of parking restrictions.
Why, after this length of time and the money we've invested, don't we go to the final chapter and decide whether we do have that authority or not? Why do we leave it cloudy?
Actually, that's something I'd rather discuss in closed session, but there might be better cases to tee up that issue than the current case.
So there's no assurance that the Coastal Commission is going to agree when they have their meeting?
No, but they already have agreed in closed session to reconsider the city's coastal development permit, and if they don't end up granting the coastal development permit for Venice, then the lawsuit revives.
And that's part of the understanding they have?
Yes, that's part of the settlement.
So the cloud will still remain?
Yes.
But we'll get through this chapter for this specific area?
Correct.
But for the next issue that comes forward, then it'll open up once again, because we won't have a clear definition.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zine. No further speakers in the queue, so why don't we go to the cards. These are people who check the box that say they are for the proposal, and I'll call you all up at once in the interest of time. Stuart Oscars, Jeremy Weinstein, it looks like Mark Ryavec, Marie Hammond, and Chalice McPherson. Is it Chalice? Chally McPherson. Okay.
So, hello, I'm Stuart Oscars, a resident of Venice, and this is really an issue of fairness and equal protection under the law. That's all we're looking for in Venice. If you picture a giant funnel, Venice is at the bottom of this funnel. California and all the beach communities around us are feeding into this funnel. We have no restrictive parking at night. All the areas around us have restrictive parking, whether it's the coastal zone or the interior. So we just get this constant influx. We just want equal protection under the law. That's all we're asking for here. The funnel works in three ways. It brings in RVs, it brings in parkers from LAX that stockpile their cars in neighborhoods, and it brings in commercial vehicles that are stockpiled in neighborhoods. So we have more than one problem here. We have multiple problems. I'm just asking you, all we're asking for is to open up this funnel and please give us equal protection under the law. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mark Ryavec, and I'm the president of the Venice Stakeholders Association. Our organization brought this lawsuit. We'd like to thank the city attorney for their joining us in the lawsuit, and I want to urge your adoption of the settlement. We have passed out a letter indicating that, and also attached to it is a letter from the president of the Venice Neighborhood Council reflecting the vote that the residents of Venice took last February 21st, in which they voted by almost 60% to support overnight restricted parking in Venice. I would like to respond to my friend Mr. Koretz's comments about the parking lot, the three lots that are being opened and metered at night. That is something the Coastal Commission demanded, and they did it because they want there to be rotation in the early morning hours on the theory that if someone arrives at 4:30 in the morning...
Thank you. We want to be fair to everybody.
Thank you.
Would you identify yourself for the record, please?
Jeremy Weinstein. Real quick, I just want to thank the councilman's interest in the various areas of the settlement, but there's been a lot of work that's gone into it by Venice Stakeholders Association, by the DOT, and by the city attorney's office. And it's a reasonable settlement, and while there's still open-ended issues, the existing settlement seems like one well worth passing. Thank you.
To identify yourself for the record, ma'am.
My name is Marie Hammond. I'm a Venice resident. It just appalls me that all of Los Angeles expects everyone to be able to live in the Venice Beach parking lots and on our streets. If you're truly homeless, it would seem to me that you would be happy to have somebody help you out if you could live inland in a nice parking lot. I don't understand Mr. Carez's comments. The Coastal Commission is concerned with beach access for everyone. And if Venice has to contain all of the RVs in Los Angeles and Venice in our parking lots, it's just an impossibility. I drove by Oakwood Park today. There are 7 RVs parked along Oakwood Park. The police can drive by there. They should be able to see what's going on in a park. What do they see? A wall of RVs. We have, anyway, we have just too many. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Shally McPherson. I represent the Venice Neighborhood Council. I am a member of the board and also the chair of the Land Use and Planning Committee. I also have the unique status of I live in the Oxford Triangle section of Venice, and we have the problem of people parking in our streets and then jumping on a bus and going to the LAX and Puerto Rico or New York for a couple of weeks. We have people that will park their RVs, and this is not people living there. These are people that use them as mobile storage lockers. We have had people drive up, incidentally in Beamers and Mercedes, and exchange the winter clothes for the summer clothes. We are not too happy about that. And now, granted, this is maybe an upscale problem, but it is a problem. We had the LAPD out many times, and we still do. So there's another face to this besides what is happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we go to the other side, or not sure what this position is, but the first card I will call is John Walsh, and I don't see him here in the chamber, so John Walsh has been called. David Ewing, and then Chris Plordy, or Chris Plord, and Sue Kaplan. That completes our public speaker cards.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm opposed to this settlement for a number of reasons. One of which is I think things have been misrepresented here that the majority of Venetians want overnight parking districts. This is absolutely not so. We just had a recent neighborhood council election which the proponents of OPDs cast as a plebiscite on the issue. They were slaughtered in this election. Mr. Ryabek, who just spoke to you, lost by 5-3 margin. The president candidate on that side lost by a 2-1 margin. The more people learn about OPDs, the less they want them. We do have a real problem. We have an oversized vehicle ordinance coming into play that we hope will solve that addresses the problem directly and doesn't impose a permit or a tax on everyone in Venice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And for the record, you were Dennis Ewing, correct?
I'm sorry, David Ewing.
David Ewing, I'm sorry, David Ewing. Just say your name for the record. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chris Plord. I'm a 21-year resident of 118 Wavecrest Avenue in Venice. Wavecrest is between Main Street and the ocean in Venice. It is a neighborhood of walk streets, not drive streets. We are in the most parking restricted part of Venice, which is no parking from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Pacific Avenue, no parking from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. on part of Main Street. We have very few streets running inland. The parking lot that is asked for as mitigation here provides a very important resource for us because we mostly live in buildings that were built 100 years ago before there were cars. So the mitigation that asks for that lot to be given up for our parking forces us to park not 2 blocks in from the beach, but now 3 blocks and 4 blocks in from the beach. This to give no benefit to us, but to give somebody else the possibility of maybe having an OPD on their block 6 to 9 months from now. So this is going to be the first time in history, I think, that the city has thrown taken from one neighborhood to give a possibility to another neighborhood.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
My name is Sue Kaplan. I'm a 20-year resident of Venice. Please don't accept this settlement. There's so many things wrong with it, but I'm going to focus on one, and that is, it is important to understand that the success of this settlement is predicated on failure. The failure of the oversized signage to effectively control the RV population in Venice within a 6-month trial period. And after that 6-month trial, what then? There is no standards by which to judge success or failure. There is nothing in the settlement that says who will be the judge of this. Where is the accountability in this review? There is none, and for good reason, because the settlement can only be resolved by its failure. The failure of all measures to bring to Venice any kind of relief to the problems for which Mr. Rajovic brought this lawsuit. And on what conditions would Mr. Rajovic withdraw his lawsuit? Only one, that OPDs come to Venice.
Thank you very much. That marks the end of our public speaker portion. Mr. Rosendahl is our first speaker, followed by Mr. Koretz for the second time.
Thank you, Madam President. And I want to thank the Venice residents on all sides of this issue for coming here and expressing your opinions and your thoughts. This is a very tough issue, folks. It's no easy answers for this. The reality is Washington Boulevard, more or less, on the south, Rose on the north, Lincoln on the east, and the ocean on the west is the piece of land we're talking about. 2 out of every 3 Venetians live there, okay? Not all, 2 out of 3. The others live on the other side of Lincoln up to Walgrove, okay? So you get the geography there. The Coastal Commission has jurisdiction. All the other towns along the ocean front, you can start down in Redondo, Hermosa, Manhattan, Santa Monica, Malibu, all the other towns have had restricted parking. How did they get it in their coastal zone? Either the towns thought ahead, created enough parking for their people and for people who want to go runyon fishing and all that the Coastal Commission leaves them alone. However, every one of those towns don't allow a car or a camper on their streets. It's all in that postage stamp part of Venice. And we all here as a city know that everything west of Lincoln has restricted parking opportunities. All your districts have that. Everybody's district here. Well, I happen to believe that criminalizing homelessness in a car or camper is wrong. That is a city law. It's been on the books since the 80s. And what we basically do is shove these people around from hither and yon. I'm chair of transportation. And every time we do, we have these vacation moments where people have a problem on a block. They don't even need to get 2/3 vote. And, of course, what do we council members do? Fine, we put up restricted parking in that neighborhood. Okay, I demanded 2/3 vote of the people on the block if they wanted to go to restricted parking, if they wanted to go. Here's my hope. My hope is that the oversized vehicle ordinance that Ms. Hahn and I put together, and we piloted it in South Redwood and down in the harbor, we've tightened it up. We've made it even stronger so that it's both the height, which is 7 feet, and what is it, 22 feet long? 22 feet long. Either or matters. It's just one little word in there. Either or. So if it's 7 feet high or 22 feet long, the sign will go up and say, I'm sorry, you have to move. That is my hope, that restricted parking opportunity will not have to be that way, but through that oversized vehicle thing. If we can make that work, great. And then we have our cake and eat it too. If there's a given block that says, I've had it, that car and camper's here, they're still towing their refuge there, and then we have a problem. Here's what I did. I went up to Santa Barbara to look at a town that shows some respect for people in cars and campers. Okay, so 105 people in their cars and campers are in 21 locations. The county, the city, not-for-profits, private sector groups, church groups, all got together, created 21 spots. I went and looked at those 21 spots. There's one for women. That's very cool and protective. There's one county lot that 15 vehicles can be in. And so 105 campers have taken advantage of this opportunity. The other 200 are under the radar screen. How do you take advantage of it? If you have a driver's license, proof of registration, and insurance, you'll be part of a program. So what are we doing here now? Before things got out of control with our budget situation, I worked with LASA, put some money aside, so we're going to have a 3-year program where we're going to find locations applications and move people who are willing to participate in wraparound services and give them opportunities. That's what we want to do. Why do I want to do this? Because everybody else around this horseshoe, it's a fairness issue to have that option. And in my particular case, I'm demanding 2/3. So if we go forward with this settlement, which came out of the city attorney's office working with the Coastal Commission, we then will have the ability to try those oversized vehicle signs, which we're going to go before the Transportation Committee on the 9th. Hopefully the full council will approve it, and then we'll start putting them up and see how that works within that issue. If we can move forward with that, that would be the strategy I would suggest. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Koretz?
My question's already been answered. I'll pass.
All right, thank you very much. So, Mr. Clerk, what do we have before us? Mr. City Attorney? City Attorney.
Madam President, if the council does not, well, if they wish, they could go into closed session to discuss the matter with our attorney, or if the council is comfortable, I could state a summary of the settlement terms, and then council can vote on it in open session. However, if somebody wants to talk about those, then they should go into closed session.
I don't see any objection to your reading the summary in open session. So if you would, Mr. City Attorney.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Madam President. The parties will stipulate to an entry of an order to stay the litigation. Depending on when the Coastal Commission acts, Venice Stakeholders Association shall promptly dismiss and the city will dismiss their respective actions against the Coastal Commission. The Coastal Development Permit application, if approved by the Coastal Commission, will authorize the city to adopt resolutions establishing overnight parking districts containing terms as to various restrictions regarding hours and areas with certain modifications addressed by the city. Upon implementing oversized vehicle restrictions in the Venice area, the city will be required to implement mitigation measures, including the requirements for the provision of beach parking. The proposed overnight parking district resolutions shall cover various geographic areas, and the city shall provide a report at the end of each year to the Coastal Commission on where and when oversized vehicle and overnight parking district parking restrictions were installed during the year.
Mr. Rosendahl?
The reason we're in this moment here is the time frame of the commission meeting on the 10th and posting it on their agenda. It was required for us to take action, and today's the time. And I just got to thank all 12 of you. Mr. Alarcon, when you came in here, I was very thrilled, and Mr. Weezer. We're all here except for Cardenas, Labange, and Garcetti, and that's a great thing to come in the middle of the day like this, and I appreciate all that. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Would you like to open the roll on that, please, Mr. Clerk? Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Mr. City Attorney, there is no other item on the agenda. Because this is a special meeting, can I adjourn? Adjourn? Okay. So, Mr. Rosendahl has requested this item go forthwith. There being no further business on the agenda, Mr. Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Alarcon, Hahn, Weezer, Koretz, Krikorian, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, Zine.
All right, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone.
City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
We now join our scheduled program in progress.